Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Sisi vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu, wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Mko tayari? Mko tayari? Tumesema sisi si majambazi.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, in this country, you never run short of surprises, shocks, amazing things that just happen. Some of them unprecedented. Like today, all the 7 Supreme Court judges have banned Ruto's lawyer, Abdullahi, what is his name? Grand Mullah, okay? Ahmednasir Abdullahi, otherwise known as Grand Mullah, from appearing before the court or his law firm or any of his representatives. because of his unrelenting and continued disorder of calling names to the court and the judges, and of course, painting them into corruption issues. I believe one of the things that broke the back of the camel was his support for William Ruto when he came out guns blazing against the courts for ruling cases against him in the pretext that the courts have been taken over by the cartels and are being used to sabotage William Ruto's projects and, of course, his government moves. Well, this is the new development from the highest court in the land, and therefore the Grand Mullah will have to practice law either from his camel farm or elsewhere. It is a wait and see whether the junior courts are going to follow suit in the pursuit of ensuring that the order from the Supreme Court is adhered to with every other court. I believe an alternative career may be just necessary for the Grand Mullah from now henceforth. But the question we ask tonight as Kenyans is this the court biting or just backing? Is this the real thing, or that the judiciary is now waking up and beginning to bite, or it is still backing? I call upon you to be on the forefront. Make sure you invite somebody to join into the discourse. I salute each and everyone for your faithful support, faithful followership. I trust you're going to have a great time together, even as we dive into our courts and what we have received from the same, in the sense that some have been very disappointing, some have been very discouraging, but is there hope left for the courts or what? Let's ventilate on the same. And then, of course, we won't leave out the politics of the day. ODM is still on the offensive in the aspect of recruiting new members into the party and revamping the party. And I'm meant to understand that they were in the coast today and they dismantled the PAR party when all its officials and members rejoined ODM. PAR is the party that belongs to, or rather is headed by the Speaker of this what is it called, the Senate, the former Kilifi governor. Is called who? Kingi. Well, all the same, let's keep moving. Thank you so much. As we start the conversation, here is the link for those who wish to get in the studio and share one or two sentences on these manenos. But today we want to look into the courts, the judgments that the courts have rendered, and the disappointing one, the encouraging one, and then, of course, those that have left a lot to be desired. As Kenyans, we have had a lot of tears outside the courts so many times, especially those who have been in the struggle and in the quest for a better Kenya. There has been disappointment after disappointment from the courts, and therefore when this begins to happen, we are still left wondering whether is this the day when justice shall prevail, or it is still a cover-up, is still the games that are just played for the sake of keeping Kenyans busy and keeping Kenyans guessing, just for the sake of, diverting the attention from what they wish not for Kenyans to see. Okay, I call upon, it seems there is a delay in our internet. Please confirm if you are able to get us loud and clear. I would want to get that feedback. There has to be something. Peter Mbudi anasema Paul ya leo ni tricky. Okay, that's why I need to get your feedback on the same. Well, that reminds me of the poll question today. We're asking, are the Supreme Court judges, Supreme Court of Kenya judges justified to ban the Grand Mullah from the courts? Are they justified? From your judgment, whatever that has been transpiring, the Grand Mullah and his continued bashing of the courts, and then, of course, being part and parcel of the beneficiaries of what transpires in the courts. So are the judges justified in banning him or not? Are you in support that he's off the bench? I mean, off appearing before the courts, and that means he will not practice except private practicing, where he will only run maybe a consultant firm, but taking matters to court and appearing before judges, that one has been cancelled until further notice. Well, let's get talking. Thank you so much. Namba ya watazamaji ipande. Unfortunately, I don't know what's happening with our Facebook page. Something is definitely wrong. We are trying so hard to get our page back, but it appears that I think our enemies are at work. So I'm streaming on my profile page. Those of you who get on Facebook, Ngozi M. Bernard, that is where the feed is for the Facebook followers. Please, let's keep right there. There has been a threat about pulling down our page from Facebook, and we are yet to finish the cases. If you have any idea on what should be done, you get in touch with me. It's getting sickening at the moment. All in all, please, let's engage. Let's engage, let's talk. That's why we're here. Edka Mwasia Nyahururu tuned in. Thank you so much. I salute you. MNA, welcome to the show. Dahid Abdi, welcome to the show. Freedom, we salute you. Welcome to the show. Olele TV, we salute you. Hello to you. Karibu kwa show. Shadrach Kanu, we salute you. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here. Simba Omar Said, Zakayo must go. Maandamano tuhasubiri. Haya basi, mambo ni kama hayo. Peter Mbudhi anasema the poll leo ni tricky. Wewe piga kura, wacha mambo mingi. Sema vile unavyohisi kwa mambo haya. Grand Mullah amepigwa teke. Sasa itakuwa vipi? Una support judges ama una support Grand Mullah? All the same. Thank you. Ubuntu tadayetu huyo. Karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Lydia Karimba. Karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Nani huyu mwingine? Okay, thank you, thank you. I salute everybody. Please, let's be active even as we start out. Namba ya watazamaji ipande, piga kura, like video, wewe kuwa active. Hapa ndipo kazi ambayo kila mtu, kuna watazamaji hapa, kila mtu ni mfanyikazi, na kazi inafanywa kutokana na wewe kuwa mstari wa mbele, kukaribisha mtu, kusajilisha mtu. Make sure somebody is subscribing or becoming a member to Sound Candid Talk. You are our ambassador out there. If you enjoy what we do here and it is making any positive difference in the lives of Kenyans and in Kenya as a whole, then you need to pass the word around so that not everybody can tune in and be part of the happenings. Thank you so much. Let's start from the courts as we hear out what the judges said and what should happen to Ahmednasir Abdullahi from now henceforth.
Now, we begin at the Supreme Court, where tonight judges have slapped advocate Ahmednasir Abdullahi and associates of his law firm with a permanent ban from ever making appearances at the Supreme Court. In a statement, the full 7-judge bench of the Supreme Court said lawyer Ahmednasir has relentlessly ridiculed the Supreme Court and its judges, accusing them of corruption and undermining the Supreme Court. But lawyer Ahmednasir has dismissed the ban and instead termed it a badge of honor. Stephen Leto now reports.
It was an extraordinary step and indeed the first of its kind since the Supreme Court was established through the Constitution of Kenya 2010. The 7 judges of the Supreme Court have banned lawyer Ahmednasir Abdullahi from ever appearing before the court, accusing the lawyer of undermining the independence of the judiciary. In a statement from the Supreme Court, the judges have accused Ahmednasir of relentlessly and unabashedly conducting a campaign in the broadcast, print and social media aimed at scandalizing, ridiculing and outrightly denigrating the Supreme Court. According to the Supreme Court, the lawyer has accused the court either in its constitutive persona or individual membership of acts of corruption, incompetence and outright bribery. The statement further reads, quote, "This you have done with reckless abandon, paying scant regard to the reputations of those who tirelessly serve on the court in accordance with the oath of office." The Supreme Court, in its unanimous decision, wrote to the lawyer saying it is the decision of this court that henceforth and from the date of this communication, you shall have no audience before the court, either by yourself, through an employee of your law firm, or any other persona holding brief for you, or acting pursuant to your instructions. End quote. According to the statement, the senior counsel has ignored several warnings from the judges, including rulings made in several cases he defended before the Supreme Court. The judges accused the lawyer of a sheer display of insensitivity and abusive arrogance by his continued attacks on the judiciary, despite warnings to stop. Even with the warning, Supreme Court judges say appears not to have had any sobering effect upon Nasir. On the contrary, judges say he has persisted in his unsubstantiated and virulent attacks against the leadership and membership of the court. The statement concludes, much as the decision is bound to affect those who may have instructed you to represent them before the court, it is untenable that you will seek justice in the very institution and before the very judges whose reputation and integrity you never tire in assaulting. In a reaction through the social media, Ahmednasir laughed off the ban, saying it is a badge of honor for the court to refuse him and his law firm audience. It remains unclear if the ban by the Supreme Court will have a ripple effect on the lower courts. Stephen Letos, Citizen TV.
Haya mambo ni kama hayo kutoka Supreme Court. Grand Mula basi hana nafasi tena ya kusimama mbele ya hao majaji ama kutetea yeyote yule kwa sababu ya kuendelea kutoa tuhuma za ufisadi na mambo mengi tu mengi ambayo yanadhalilisha koti na judges wake. Na hapo sasa majudges wamekubaliana kwamba mbona wewe kila mara unasema hatufai, hatutoshi, sisi ni corrupt, sisi ni nini, alafu baadaye unakuja kusimama tena unataka tukuamulie kesi. Sasa itakuwaje kama ushatu dhalilisha kwa macho ya wananchi? Itakuwaje tena ukuje kwetu eti unatafuta haki? Those are the interesting developments in this country. Welcome on board, even as we start the conversation. Thank you so much. Please, let's be on the forefront. Invite somebody, remind somebody. Let's engage tufanye ya mambo vizuri tena kwa ufasaha. Asante sana. Na muona Undumani yamefika. Undumani vipi?
Salama Bernard, habari ya Nairobi?
Nairobi leo inaonekana stima imechukuliwa asubuhi tu. Imerudishwa jioni. Inaonekana wale watu wa usiku wamerudi mchana, lakini Mungu mwema.
Hayo mzuri. Sasa mimi nitachangia namna hii.
Yes.
Huyu Ahmednasir, Ahmednasir yeye alisema ya kwamba koti iko na ufisadi. Na vile koti iko na ufisadi, alituhumu wale judges ya kwamba wako na ufisadi. So kama wako na ufisadi, anapeleka kesi yake huko mbele. Hiyo kesi itaamuliwa namna gani? Itaamuliwa na wafisadi. So atenda koti gani ingine ile itasikiza kesi yake? Hiyo ni ya kwanza. Ya pili Bernard, hawa watu wote wako corrupt. Yeah? Ikiwa nini Abdulnasir anasema koti iko corrupt, corruption inaanza na yeye. Yeye ndiye anachukua hiyo corruption na anapeleka kotini. So Bernard, hawa watu ni kama hawana mwelekeo. Hata wakati wanaenda kotini, mbona ile wakati hiyo kesi ya makamu ya rais ile ya milioni 200 ilitupiliwa mbali, na hiyo milioni 200 walisema ya kwamba ilikuwa na ufisadi. So vile ilikuwa na ufisadi, hata mimi nilishangaa wakati hawa bwana waliingia katika madaraka, wakafanya namna gani? Wakatupilia hiyo kesi mbali, na hiyo kesi ilikuwa inafanya namna gani inaendelea? Mbona hiyo kesi hiku ingeweza kuendelea ya makamu wa rais ile ilikuwa ya milioni 200? Ikafika wakati walichukua madaraka na hiyo kesi ikatupiliwa mbali. So hii inaonyesha ya kwamba koti hii iko na ufisadi. Hawa majaji nini, hawa wakili pia wako wafisadi, serikali pia ni ufisadi. So wote ni wafisadi. Inatakikana hii serikali itoke kwa madaraka, tuchague serikali ingine ili inaweza kuongoza wa Kenya kuondoa maneno ya nini ya ufisadi. Haya, hii wakili hao wote ni wafisadi. So hata koti yenyewe ni wafisadi. So hata mimi nilishindwa ya kwamba mbona huyu Martha Koome anataka kufanya mazungumzo na watu wafisadi, anataka kusungumuza nao nini? Inatakikana Martha Koome, kama yeye anajua hawa watu ni wafisadi, anaongea nao nini? Yeye aendelee, kwa sababu yeye sheria inamkinga kufanya namna gani kuzuia, kuna sheria ile inamzuia. So Bernard, nasema namna hii, Martha Koome itakikani akae na wafisadi, kufanya na wafisadi. Kama serikali ni ufisadi, hiyo serikali inatakana aamue kesi bila kuegemea upande yeyote. So Bernard, mimi naona hawa ikiwa makamu wa rais na hiyo kesi yake ilikuwa hiyo, aliondolewa. Haya, hiyo koti naye ikaondoa kesi yake. So mimi nashindwa hii kesi ya hii babwana inaenda namna gani? So wote wako na ufisadi, na tunasema namna hii inatakana kila mwananchi asimame imara kutetea katiba, kwa sababu hii katiba imekulwa na watu, watu wanasema wanatuongoza, kumbe waliingia kwa madaraka kuendelea na ufisadi. Ukiona hiyo ufisadi ilikuwa wakati ya Kenyatta ilikuwa afadhali, wakati ya Kibaki ilikuwa afadhali, lakini hii serikali pamoja na koti imekuwa ovyo. So hata tunashindwa tutatetea koti namna gani, Bernard? Hata mimi nashindwa hawa wapinzani vile wanatetea, wanasema wanatetea koti, na hiyo koti yenyewe ndio ilisema hiyo ushahidi yao ya uchaguzi ni hot hair. So hiyo waliongwa. That's why unaona makamu rais anasema ya kwamba hiyo koti ni ufisadi. Nani aliweka hiyo koti ufisadi? Ufisadi ilianza na hao wenyewe kupeleka ufisadi kotini. So mimi nashindwa hawa wote ambao wanalaumu koti, hawa wote wako na makosa Bernard, kutoka kotini, kutoka kwa wakili na kutoka kwa serikali, wote wako na makosa. So sisi wa Kenya hatujui tutakimbilia wapi ili tupate msaada, kwa sababu koti hapo hakuna msaada utapata. Hata tukifanya nini Bernard, hakuna koti ile tutapata msaada, kwa sababu hawa wakubwa wali corrupt hiyo koti. So koti hiyo hakuna mahali Bernard mimi naweza kuitetea, hakuna vile naweza kutetea koti. Alafu na hao mabwana hao wengine sioni kama vile naweza kuwatetea. Ni hayo tu Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Undumani. Sasa unajua koti ina majukumu yake, na jukumu kubwa la koti ni kusikiliza kesi na kuamua kesi kulingana na ushahidi ambao umetolewa. Na huyu anaitwa nani, Ahmednasir Abdullahi, yeye ni senior counsel. Senior counsel inamaanisha ni lawyer ambaye ni wa kiwango cha juu, ambaye ana wanafunzi chini yake, ambaye has people he mentors and all that. So inamaanisha ana uzoefu na vile koti inafanya kazi, licha ya kuwa huyu Ahmednasir ameshakuwa mojawapo wa wanaitwa nini hawa the Justice JSC ile inasimamia kuchagua majudges. Okay, I think is called JSC or something like that. So he was part of that. Hata wa Supreme Court judges wale watu waliofanyia interview, okay, ndio wakue wachaguliwe kama judges wa Supreme Court. Abdullahi alikuwa mmoja wao. Okay, kama unakumbuka wale watu wali interview wa majudges. So itakuwaje wewe ndio ulikuwa mwalimu, wanafunzi wakasimama mbele yako, wewe ukakuwa adjudicator, ukawapitisha waende kukua nini judges, kwa sababu wamehitimu na wewe umefanya nini, umekubaliana nao kwamba wanatosha. Na wakifika huko, wewe sasa unaanza kusema wao ni corrupt, wao wako incompetent, hawajawahi amua kesi yoyote kulingana na sheria ama kulingana vile inapaswa kuwa. So ni makosa iko wapi? Ni Abdullahi ambaye amekosea ama ni judges? Kumbuka Abdullahi alikuwa kwa bench ambayo ilihitimisha hao majudges kuingia kwa hiyo ofisi. So nani anachezea mwingine?
Unaona Bernard, mwenye anachezea mwingine ni huyu Ahmednasir. Ahmednasir yeye anajua yeye ni wakili, na yeye tena ndiye alichagua hawa judges kukaa kule kotini, na tena anasema hawa wako corrupt. Hii corruption inatokea wapi? Si yeye ndiye anapeleka corruption huko kotini? Kwa sababu tunaona ile wakati alisimamia uchaguzi, alikuwa wakili wa hiyo uchaguzi iliyokwisha kwa upande wa serikali, kwa upande sasa yeye iko kwa serikali, lakini hakutetea mzuri. Sisi wananchi tunajua ya kwamba hakutetea mzuri. Alitetea kwa ile njia ile yala ajua ya kwamba alichukua mulungura. Sisi tunajua Wakenya, sisi tunajua. Wasione ya kwamba Wakenya ni wajinga. Wakenya wanajua kila kitu. So hata yeye wakati alikuwa anatetea hiyo uchaguzi, alikuwa anatetea uovu. Hakuwa anatetea ile kitu ya haki, alikuwa anatetea uovu. So kama yeye anajua ya kwamba hii court iko corrupt, inaonekana yeye alipeleka pesa kule. Bernard, hawezi kulalamika bure. Ni kama alipeleka huko pesa na kesi ikaamuliwa si vile yeye alikuwa anataka. That's why anaona uchungu ya kwamba kusema ya kwamba hiyo court iko corrupt. Kama court iko corrupt, hata yeye mwenyewe ako corrupt, kwa sababu yeye ndiye anakaa kwa hiyo court. Bernard, akisema court iko corrupt, yeye pia ako corrupt kwa sababu anakaa kwa hiyo nyumba. Wote wanajuana Bernard, wote wanajuana.
Basi Waswahili hujuana kwa vilemba. Basi inaonekana wanakula pamoja, na labda mwingine amechukua minofu akaachia mwingine mifupa. Kwa hivyo wila aliyeachiwa mifupa akasema nitamwaga mtama penye kuku wengi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, tunapoendelea na mjadala, tunakuomba tafadhali karibisha mtu, kumbusha mtu kwamba show imeanza, na tukue mstari wa mbele. Tunaangazia swala la Supreme Court kumfutilia mbali lawyer wa William Ruto ambaye ni Ahmednasir Abdullahi kwa tuhuma za kuwa yeye kila mara anasema koti iko na ufisadi na iamui kulingana na sheria. Tumekuwa na rumors za kusema kwamba hawa majudges, okay, unajua hata majudges huwa hawachukui pesa kutoka katika masuala ya corruption. Lawyers ndio huwa wanafix nini majudges. Wanaenda kutafuta yule mshtakiwa, mshtakiwa akubali ni kipi atatoa, lawyer apewe ya kwake, judge apewe ya kwake, mambo yaishi. Na imekuwa kwa muda mrefu tu ikisemekana kwamba huyu jamaa yeye ndo anajua kufix bench in the sense that kama kesi imekuwa tough, basi yeye ndo anajua judge yupi ndio mzuri ukimwendea na ukizungumza naye vizuri na mpange mikakati mizuri, kesi yako itapita tu. So inaonekana yeye amefanya haya mambo kwa muda mrefu, lakini sasa yamemrudi. Na katika kumrudi, basi ameanza kuvuna yale ambayo labda ametendea wale ambao walikwenda kotini kutafuta haki, na akawanyima haki kwa kuchagua ufisadi. Na hiki ni mojawapo ya vitu ambavyo vimeleta kizaazaa katika nchi hii. There are so many widows who have lost their lands, their inheritance in the hands of lawyers who could not stand for what is right and do what is just, all of it in the pretext that they can get a kill or they can eat what is available and forget about the people that went to seek justice in the courts. And so, like Orengo said, every revolution eats up its own people. Inaonekana sasa koti imeanza kula wale ambao wanakula nao, kwa sababu inaonekana siku ya 40 imefika na hakuna kukwepa. Labda we'll take a short break before we come back with another video. But as we take the break, please use the break to invite somebody, remind somebody. Nataka hiyo namba ya watazamaji ipande tafadhali, ifike 150, alafu tusonge hivyo hivyo. Then tafadhali watu wa Facebook tunapatikana kwa profile page. Kuna shida na Facebook page yetu, tunaomba msamaha. Kuna itilafu ambayo tunashughulikia na fundi wetu wa mitambo. Ikiendelea vizuri, tutarudi kwa Sound Candy Talk. Sasa hivi tupate kwa Ngozi Bernard profile page. Tumezuiwa kubroadcast kwa Facebook pages and all that is as a result of some claims that some people have made, which in my opinion have no grounds, but ndio hivyo mkitumia nyumba ya wenyewe, basi mwenye nyumba akirudi mnakaa kitako. Mnakaa macho. So as we take a short break, please be on the forefront, invite somebody, remind them that we are here and we are working out to see to it that everything flows. Asante.
Majina yangu ni Brian Ngika, na nafanya kazi ya beauty, kazi ya kunyoa, kushuka dreadlocks, kufanya massage na hata kupaka kucha. Na mtaa ni mtaa wa Airways hapo Zebra Utawala. Na unatazama Sound Candy Talk.
Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Tuko na njaa. Oi Gachagua. Oi Samoei na Ruto, tuko na njaa. Nikizani marafiki yanyu. Tuliwachagua usiku wa manane. Nisikia ni kutoka Romuruti. Romuruti kwa na njaa. Hakuna kitu iliyo kwa hapa Romuruti. Gachagua, Ruto, Gachagua, Ruto. Nikizani sisi. Hii nyumba nimebeba. Amelala njaa siku 3. Mimi nimelala njaa. Hakuna kitu ya kupeubwa. Hakuna kitu bila kura. Gachagua, nisikizani kwa huruma. Gachagua, Ruto yetu, sikizani huruma yetu. Gachagua, Ruto, Ruto, Ruto.
Sound Candy Talk sasa imeboreshwa zaidi. Kila siku ya wiki asubuhi tunapambazuka na maabudu na sifa kwenye kipindi cha Daybreak Worship. Baadaye tunakuletea mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kwenye one-on-one show. Alafu tunakuletea taarifa zinazochipuka siku hiyo zikiwa ange kwenye In the News Headlines. Kisha tunaingia bungeni. Viongozi tuliowachagua tuangalie wanafanya nini bungeni.
On a daily basis, whenever the House is sitting, the order paper is here.
I take any work that I'm given very seriously.
Not have favors. It's not appointed because you come from Nyeri.
Kisha baadaye usiku tunakutana kwenye Open Forum Political Show, kipindi kinachotadavua na kufafanua makala na taarifa zinazokuhusu zaidi.
Sasa hii ndiye time ya kuweka kila mtu question mark one by one. Ruto tumeshaweka question mark ya kutosha.
Umeenda mpaka umevuka border, umeanza kudanganya watu wenye wako US na nchi zingine.
Kazi ya kiongozi ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba vijana wako kazi.
Tazama Sound Candy Talk uelemike. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here as we continue with the conversation. We encourage you to join the studio and be part of this great conversation as we look at the decision by the Supreme Court to ban the lawyer for William Ruto from appearing before them. The history of Ahmednasir and the Supreme Court dates back to 2013. I think, of course, that was when the Supreme Court was newly constituted. And like I said, he was part and parcel of the panel of the Judicial Service Commission, the JSC, the Judicial Service Commission that vetted all these judges and put them in office. Now, what is confusing is that after he vetted the judges, after he voted in the judges and handed them the capacity to listen to cases or whatever, the right to listen to cases and rule, he now turns around and says the judiciary is rotten, the judiciary is corrupt, and there is no case that is done justly. And so we are having this confusing double, we call it what? A double personality behavior of Kenyans. When I say double personality behavior of Kenyans, is one with one side, you seem to be so committed on what is right. Then when it is time for you to stand up and be counted for what is right, you are always on the wrong side of history, okay? Ahmednasir was the defender of the first petition against the Ruto ticket, the same with the 2017, the same with 2022. He has never stood on the side of the public, nor stood on the side of what is perceived in public as just. He has always supported the status quo. And then on the other hand, he seems to now be what? Slinging the same courts that he has always, stood for in terms of demanding that whatever status quo that IEBC has ruled out or rather announced, that is it. Let's listen to this video and then Ndumani can also weigh on this issue. Na tunakukaribisha uingie, alafu nimepata hapa habari na ningependa pia kama uko na experience yoyote na masuala ya kotini, okay? You have any experience with the law firm of Ahmednasir Abdullahi. Hiyo masuala yote ningependa tuyazungumzie kwa show hii. So we invite you to share your experience and let us know kama unatoka kijiji chake. Wewe umekuwa mfanyikazi wake kwa kuchunga ngamia. Alisema cabinet ya William Ruto haiwezi hata kuhitimu kuchunga ngamia zake. Yaani nakwambia hii nchi kuna mambo. Let's listen to this.
5 families in Eldoret are tussling over the ownership of a 20-acre piece of land that has been in contention for the last 1 year. This comes after Kapseret legislator Oscar Sudi led a group of youth in demolishing structures on Wednesday, sitting on the contentious piece. Now, the incident comes just 2 days after a woman laying claim on part of the land allegedly sought audience with President William Ruto's help in occupying the property. And as Laura Otieno reports, the latest victim of the tussle has furnished Citizen TV with court documents granting him ownership of the land and condemning the demolition, which he says plunges the country into the dark days of disregarding not only court orders, but also basic human rights. Take a listen.
Scenes from the Kamagut farm in Uasin Gishu County on Wednesday morning. A group of youth armed with crude weapons are seen bringing down this structure. The crowd was allegedly brought by Kapseret legislator Oscar Sudi to oversee the demolitions on this expansive 20-acre piece that has been in contention between 5 families, each laying claim over the land. In this video taken 2 days ago at Kamagut area, an unidentified woman is seen talking to President William Ruto, who then summons the Kapseret MP. The woman in question now revealing that she sought help from the head of state to repossess the 20-acre piece that was allegedly grabbed from her and 2 other families.
Tuliongea na rais, yani tulikuwa classmate na yeye. Sasa rais akakuja kutusalamia. Nikashika yeye hivi akanisalamia, alafu nikaongea nikawaeleza hii maneno. Niko nje, shamba yangu imeng'anyang'wa na nini na wakora. Sasa president akasema na nani najua hiyo maneno. Nikaambia Suti anajua. Sasa akaita yeye Suti ndio akakimbia akakuja tuongee.
However, in correspondence seen by Citizen TV, a magistrate court in Eldoret delivered a ruling on 2nd of September 2022 declaring Paul Kira Samoei and 2 others as the bona fide owners of the land. In an appeal at the High Court in Eldoret, the court made a ruling in favor of Kira in January 19, 2023. Kira watched helplessly as his structures were torn down in complete disregard of the law.
Tumepeana title yetu, hata ile receipt tumepeana iko kotini, hawachaleta yao. Leo mheshimiwa na wao na watu wengi wakaja wamepomoa nyumba, wamechukua manyumba zenye zilikuwa kule, wamechukua vitu mpaka hata na saisi hatujui ng'ombe zilikuwa kule, kuku. We had projects nyingi.
In his defense, Kapseret MP Oscar Sudi joined in the onslaught against the judiciary, insisting that Kira is not the genuine owner of the land in question.
Kuna ukweli ukora kwa mahakama. Na ni watu kutoka tribe moja ukifuatilia vizuri. Hii makesi yote Eldoret, we must do something. Hatuwezi kubali kuendelea hivyo. If there is anybody ako na question mark ama ako na tu sababu ama ako na nini, awachana na kila mtu anistake mimi.
I don't know where mheshimiwa alipata wapi nguvu hiyo, ingawaje hatutaki kusema ati vile alisema yeye mwenyewe ati ametumwa sijui na nani. We don't want to say yeye mwenyewe ndiye alikuja.
For now, Kira, in possession of court documents, has been rendered homeless as he waits to see how the incident will unfold and whether the arms of government would shield him from the reigning impunity. Laura Otieno, Citizen TV.
All right, Laura, thanks so much for that.
Okay, mama ni kama haya. Now, kabla Undumani aingilie, inaonekana kwa hiyo picha, ungependa uone hiyo story vile imeenda. Mama alinyang'anywa shamba, okay? Akakutana na William Ruto. Katika kumsalimia akateta kwa William Ruto kwamba shamba lake limenyang'anywa. William Ruto akauliza ni nani anajua hii kesi, akasema ni Sudi. William Ruto akamuita Sudi, akamcommand kwamba asaidie huyu mama na hii masuala ya nini ya shamba. Sudi akachukua jeshi la Sudi akaenda kufurusha Kirwa. So ukiangalia kwa hiyo swala, who is behind the dispossession of Kirwa, who has the court wherever documentation, and this mama who only had a greeting and classmate connection to William Ruto. Undumani.
Bernard, sasa hapo inji inaelekea mahali pabaya, kwa maana unajua hii uongozi, wengine wamelewa na uongozi, wengine wamelewa na uongozi na wanaona hii uongozi ndio nini, ndio mahakama. Ndio naona nilifuatia kanda ingine ya Atuoli alisema namna hii. Kuna kanda ingine ilipita wakasema namna hii. Kuna mwengine wakipita uchaguzi watabeba Central Bank kwa mgongo wakikimbia nayo. Na hiyo kanda ilichezwa mahali nikaiona. Na hiyo ni ukweli, sasa wanakimbia na Central Bank kwa mgongo yao. Alafu ya pili Bernard, vile koti iliamua ya kwamba shamba ni ya huyu bwana, na akasema ya kwamba waliambiwa ya kwamba walete document zao wa koti ione, lakini koti wakulete. Sasa huyu mama akapita akaenda kumwambia rais shamba yake imenyang'anywa. So na akasema ya kwamba ni nani anajua hii kesi? Wakasema ni Sudi. Sasa Sudi ndiye alikuwa ni magistrate. Sudi ndiye alikuwa ni sasa ni magistrate ya kuamua kule kwa hii tunasema namna gani inaamuliwa kesi ya msituni. Na kesi ya msituni Bernard, hii inaendesha inji mahali pabaya. Watajipata inji imeharibika. Na itakuwa ni ngumu hao kufanya namna gani kutengeneza. Hii mahali tunaelekea Bernard, na hii serikali hii ni serikali ya watu wamelewa uongozi. Ni serikali ya kujipiga kifua, serikali ya kuamua maneno kwa barabara. Ile kesi yenye koti imeamua, wewe kufuata vile koti imeamua. Na sisi tunasema namna hii Bernard, sisi watu ya Azimio ni watu wa kufuata sheria. Wakati sheria walitangaza ya kwamba bwana ameshinda uchaguzi, tulisema okay, tunakubaliana na koti, lakini hatukubaliana ile uamuzi. Sasa kumbe hii uamuzi yetu tulikosa kukubaliana nayo, kumbe bado inawaumiza Bernard, inawaumiza. So ndio nasema namna hii Bernard, mali inji inaelekea mahali pabaya. Hawa watu wakutosha kuongoza inji. Hawa walikosa kuongoza ng'ombe. Hiyo inaitanga ng'ombe, kuchunga ng'ombe. Lakini hawa hawezi kuchunga wanadamu. Hii ni sheria ya ng'ombe. Hii uongozi hii unajua kuna makabila zingine Bernard, wache nirudi tu, kuna makabila zingine zinafaa kutawala Kenya hii. Lakini kuna makabila zingine zikitawala zinatawala asifu, zinatawala ng'ombe. Bernard, zinatawala ng'ombe kwa sababu wakutosha supu, wakutosha unga ya kuendesha inji. Kwa sababu mimi naona hii koti wameibeba nayo kwa barabara. Uamuzi inafanywa kwa barabara. Sasa huyu bwana anasema ya kwamba viti yake imepotea, ng'ombe yake imepotea, kuku yake imepotea, nyumba zake zimebomolewa. Nani atamulipa? Yeye kama hawa wangwana wenye wako serikali wangekuwa watu wazuri, wangeenda kuapili kesi ifanywe upya. Mahali makosa ilikuwa uamuzi, waangalie mahali uamuzi walifanya mbaya, warudi kotini kule. Lakini mambo ya koti ya msituni Bernard, ndio hapo tunaelekea. Hiyo ndio kesi hiyo ndio serikali inaelekea mahali ya koti ya msituni. Kwa maana koti ya msituni wewe ni kukuja na magaidi yako na kukata eneo yako yote na kusema hii ni nchi yetu, kama vile Azimio alisema tujikatie inji, tujitangazie nchi yetu. Sasa hii ikifika mahali hapo, si kila mtu anajikatia mahali pake, si kila mtu atafanya uamuzi. Sasa koti itakuwa na maana ya koti. Kama mtu anajichukulia sheria kwa mikono yake, hii itakuwa maana ya koti. Hao wangekuwa ni watu wazuri, wangerudi kotini, wangemwambia huyo mama arudi kotini, apeleke mashtaka upya, waangalie hii kesi waliifanya namna gani. Lakini mambo ya kubebana na guns na kwenda kubomoa vitu ya huyu bwana, walifanya makosa sana. Hata kama wako katika uongozi, inatakana tunawakataza katika uongozi, hii mlifanya mbaya. Kwa sababu Hii serikali mimi naona ni viburi, majivuno na kuongea juu. Na Biblia inasema mwanzo wa kiburi ni fedha. Ukiwa na fedha ndio unakuwa na kiburi, Bernard. So hawa wameona kwamba wamefika mwisho, na ndo hata miaka 5 ijakwisha, hata miaka 3 ijakwisha, ni miaka 2, sijui mwaka 2 sasa ndio hii, na wanafanya namna hii. Na je, wakati watamaliza miaka 10 hii, watamaliza miaka 10 hii kweli, inji sitakuwa imeharibika? Kwa sababu kama mtu hawezi kufuata mambo ya kotini, hawezi kufuata uamuzi wa koti, so anataka kufuata uamuzi gani? Sasa Bernard, ndio uamuzi yenye Sudi alienda huko na majambasi, ndio uamuzi yenye kila mtu anabeba silaha na kuenda huko kubomoa mali ya mtu. Sasa huyu bwana mali gani, serikali gani itamsaidia kurudisha hiyo mali yake, Bernard? So tunasema namna hii serikali ni serikali inaenda mahali pabaya, Bernard, inaenda mahali pabaya, kwa sababu kama tuheshimu koti, then hii ni sheria ya msituni. Tunasema hii ni sheria ya msituni. Ni hayo tu, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Ondumani, tunashukuru kwa uchambuzi huo, na inaonekana kwamba hiyo sheria ya msituni hiyo ndio William Ruto anataka iongoze. Hii ingine ya kuandikiwa na walikuwa wanaitwa experts haitaki kabisa, hataki masuala ya katiba, anataka sheria ya msituni ambako yeye ndiye sheria na kila anachokipenda kinafanyika, asichokipenda kinazuiwa. And from the look of things, kama umeitwa kotini uende kudhibitisha kwamba wewe ndio mwenye hilo shamba na ulete stakabadhi, hata kama hakuna stakabadhi, kuna historia ya hilo shamba katika nchi hii. Hakuna shamba linakuaje, shamba huwa linatoka kwa mtu mmoja kwenda kwa mtu mwingine kupitia Ministry of Lands. Uchukwangi tu shamba, kuna sheria, kuna wanasheria ambao watahusika, tuseme mtu wa serikali. Hata ukienda kununua shamba kwa kijiji, mpaka chief awe, assistant chief, ndio wa sign hiyo agreement. So land does not just transfer from this individual to the next individual without the government being involved. So this aspect of kama shamba ni la fulani twende kunyang'anya na kunyakua, it's a new move that William Ruto and team are reintroducing so that they can be justified in grabbing the lands that they want. Kuna video fulani hapa nitacheza baadaye ambako kuna watu wanateta wa Kilifi kuhusu William Ruto and his interest in the ranches that are in Kilifi. Okay? Yeye anasema kila anataka ni hizo ranches, lakini hataki kujua zilikuwa za nani mwenyewe, kwa nini. Yeye anataka kila anachotaka apewe na achiliwe, achukue vile anavyotaka. So it is bad and is getting worse with every passing day when we disregard the law and then take the law in our own hands to do what is evil against one another. Even if, like you have well put it, even if the court ruling is bad and the court ruling is unfair, you prosecute and fight it within the court. And that's why there is the magistrate court, there is the high court, there is the court of appeal, there is the Supreme Court. All of that gives you opportunities. If you fail here, you go to the higher one, like that, until you get the required justice. So hii Sudi anayosema kwamba kuna ukora kotini na kwa hivyo koti imchukulie. Let me just display the caption. Anasema yeye achukuliwe hatua kama kuna mtu yeyote anaona yeye amefanya makosa, lakini yeye ameona kwamba kuna nini, kuna itilafu na masuala ya nini ya hayo mashamba na achukuliwe hatua yeye binafsi. That means ametengeneza jeshi lake, atatumia hilo jeshi kutisha makabila mengine. Uliona vile alieleza hii ni kabila fulani, sehemu moja. So na jeshi lake ambalo atatumia kutarget makabila mengine ni hiyo katika hiyo hali yeye hakuna mahali atapelekwa. There's this caption from Citizen Digital. Let me just look at it. It is Citizen Digital. Digital, it says, take me where you want. MP Oscar Sudi defies court orders as he leads demolition. Take me where you want. MP Oscar Sudi defies court orders as he leads demolition. Now, this is what we call impunity. Yani, watu kudharau sheria na kudharau mamlaka ya koti. Wanasema nipeleke kule unapofikiria. And hii pia inatokana na nini? Kile kiburi ambacho I will talk about this even as we bring in Reverend Lala shortly. Ile kiburi cha kusema kwamba hakuna mahali mtanipeleka. Okay? Kumbuka ule usemi wa William Ruto. Inafika mahali unatofautisha mambo, unatafuta serikali kwanza. Ukishapata hiyo serikali, tumia hiyo serikali kutatua matatizo yako. So hii swala la Sudi kusema take me where you want inamaanisha sasa sisi tuko na serikali, tutafanya vile tunataka na kuna mahali mnatupeleka. And that places the rest of the Kenyans at what? At their own mercy. And that means when the Kenyans rise up and say enough is enough, then they will have Kenyans to contend with. And I don't think they can win against Kenyans. On the backdrop of the same is alleged, okay? State House paid 483 employees illegally in 2022-2023 financial year, Public Service Commission report. The man leading the campaign against corruption and mismanagement of resources in the judiciary, State House ililipa watu 483 visivyo. The year 2022-2023 financial year. So 12 months, you paid 483 people illegally. What does that say? And that is State House. So illegality is being practiced where? Right at State House. But State House is the one on the forefront claiming that the judiciary has been taken over. The judiciary is bought. The judiciary is sabotaging the government. The government is being sabotaged right at State House. Because if you pay 483 people illegally for a whole year, no, this is too much. So Undumani, na kupatia nafasi kama unala kuongezea kabla Lala ingie.
Bernard, mimi nitasema namna hii. Biblia inasema ya kwamba kuna wakati wa kuvuna, kuna wakati wa kupanda, kuna wakati ya kupanda na kuna wakati ya kuvuna. Kila kitu kinakuja na majira yake. So mabwana wameona ya kwamba wamelewa na uongozi. Na wameona ya kwamba unajua kujipiga kifua kusema ya kwamba ninafanya hii jambo, hakuna mahali tutampeleka. Lakini wanasahau ya kwamba hii uongozi inakwisha. Wakati hii uongozi inakwisha, utakuja kulipia ile makosa ulifanya miaka 10 ilikwisha. Wanafikiria kwamba hii serikali itakaa nao mpaka mwisho. Hii serikali ni yao mpaka mwisho. Na wanajua ya kwamba hii serikali itakwisha baada ya miaka 5 au miaka 10. That's why wanajipiga kifua ya kwamba hakuna mahali mtanipeleka. Na ndio Biblia inasema ya kwamba mwanzo wa kiburi ni fedha. Wako na fedha mingi sana. Wako na fedha. Unajua mtu akiwa na fedha anajipiga kifua. Anajipiga kifua. Na kila kitu kina mwanzo na mwisho. Na hii mambo yote wanafanya watailipia. Watailipia hata ikiwa miaka 20. Watailipia Bernard. So mimi nasema namna hii Bernard, hatuna serikali. Hii tunawachia tu Mungu hii serikali yetu, hii nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa maana wale wameingia katika nchi hii ni wale wanajitakia mambo wenyewe, ni hao wanajitakia mambo wenyewe. So tunaona koti wakifanya namna hiyo, tunaona koti hakuna tunaona kila kitu hakuna, na ndio unajua koti ndio nguzo ya inji. Wakati unakosewa unakimbia kotini, na sasa kama huyu bwana amekosewa, ataenda wapi kotini? Hakuna mahali ataenda Bernard. So ya ngoje wakati hii serikali itatoka kwa madaraka ndiye prosecute ka kesi yake. Hao watu wanafikiria kwamba uongozi haitakuisha. Uongozi inakuishanga. Kuna wakati ya kuzaliwa na kuna wakati ya kukufa. Mtu atakufa na atawacha hii dunia. Ni asante Bernard.
Asante sana Undumani, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Tunashukuru kwa kuwa kila mara upo hapa na unatuelimisha mambo mengi. Wakenya tunaamini kwamba tukiendelea kuzungumza tutapata njia mwafaka ya kutatua matatizo yanayokumba nchi hii. Kwa hivyo usiende mbali, tegea papa hapa, karibisha mtu, endelea kulike video na of course kuparticipate kwa poll question. And then we also want you to follow my profile page on Facebook. My profile page on Facebook. Our Facebook page seems to have issues, and so we are broadcasting right on my profile, Ngozi M. Bernard. Those of you follow us on Facebook, tupate hapo. Nitakuwa na share link kama wale ambao mjafuata, because I've already passed the threshold of people following me as friends. You can only follow my profile. So tafadhali tunakuhimiza fanya hivyo tunapoendelea na mjadala. Reverend Lala, welcome on board. How are you today?
I'm well, Bernard. Just a little cold. It's a chilly day, but I'm warm. Otherwise, how are you?
Great. Karibu.
It's good to see you, Dumani. It's good to see you, my brother. And of course, those in the background. I think I'll start by stating some of my concerns here. The first one is Abdullahi, being banned. I really don't celebrate that. And my reasons is that when you ban somebody, it makes you look a little smaller than who you are. And therefore, my thinking would have been to ignore him or prosecute him, show him where he has done wrong, let him substantiate. There are other ways things you can do because at the end of the day, he's still a Kenyan. What do you do with him? Now you're telling him he can't practice his craft because of what is done. I think let's make our constitution bigger than what it really is. So that's my confusion. Maybe somebody can convince me what rationale the Supreme Court had in stopping him, trying to burn him. I think, in my little understanding, I'm not a lawyer, I think the Supreme Court sold their soul to the devil during the election petition when they made wrong decision. I think that must have been interpreted as by Ruto, who we believe had his hand in that corruption, that led to him being, given the ticket. Being there, allowed into the office of the presidency when he doesn't really belong there. I think that because Martha Koome and the 12 and the other members of the court were compromised, in Ruto's mind, he thought now that he has the court on his side. Therefore, they're supposed to do whatever he wants. But because the way the court is crafted, it's very, very hard to get all the parties to be on your side. And so there is that anger from Ruto's side, because you see, Ruto side has been demonized. There's nothing to lose. But the Supreme Court, the courts, has a lot to lose. So I think, this is my own understanding, I think what is going on here is two parties they know what they've done, the wrong thing they've done, but they don't know now what to do, how to get out of, especially the court doesn't know how to get out of this old entanglement that they had. So, in my understanding, my own little understanding, I think this is where the sovereign, we the people, must act to bring out what is wrong and deal with it as we the people. I think there are a lot of confession that need to be made, things that went on, that I think if they come to light, then we the Wananchi will save the day. Because what I see here is, you see, Ruto believes that he is the government, even though the government has three equal branches: the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive. Okay, so but Ruto believes that he's the one, and so because of what he did during, how he got there, he feels those people owe him, and because of perhaps what he did to them, the bribes, whatever it is that made them decide to do the wrong things when all of us knew that this man did not win, and we knew that that this man had a past that any legal institution will not allow them even to stand, and of course, returning of the properties of people like Gashagu and others. So it's almost the court is caught, is kind of ransomed. It's as if they need somebody to free them, and the one who can free the court is us, because Ruto really has got what he wants. He's the president, okay? He's supposedly, and he wants to make sure that Kenyans know that he is the government. The executive is the government. And so for Martha Koome to agree to have this meeting almost at Ruto's convenience, for the court to travel to Ruto, is the worst thing that can happen to a constitutional democracy, because here is a case where the court itself is trying to do the things, a lot of things right way, okay, because you got some good people within the system, and here is Ruto demonizing them, and now their leader is being invited because he knows he has certain hook on her, and she has to listen to Ruto because of whatever happened during the election, that the judgment time, whatever changed hand at that time. And so it is us, the Kenyans, to demand that these guys come clean, to ask the CJ not to go and meet this guy, but to stand on that constitution and to tell Kenyans what happened. Let her come clean, because Kenyans will save her. Saving her may mean going home, or something happening that will help us have that confidence back on that institution, that branch of government, because we don't have any confidence in the executive, but we have a little confidence in the judiciary, and so whatever they do now can help us to have greater confidence. But if all they want is to meet and talk behind the closed doors, and which is really ridiculous, because the Constitution is very, very clear. Separation of powers. Constitution has a job description for judges and judiciary officials, and it has constitution, responsibility for the executive and the legislative. Legislative is dead primarily. I listened to Tiende Amolo and Shelley debate on JK Live, and I think all Kenya should watch that and see what is wrong with our system. Shelley does not even know her role in the legislative. If she's there defending the president like president's lawyer, it was shameful when she's the deputy speaker, now talking for the executive. You watch that thing and learn what is wrong with Kenya. So, in my mind, the question about Abdullahi, I don't know, which way. I'm kind of mixed, because I know he's Ruto's guy, but at the same time, I don't want Kenya to be defranchised, not be able to do his job, but I want him to be tried and convicted if there's something that he can go to jail, rather than, to me, I think it's making him larger than life, because our constitution does not. I don't know whether there's a word where we can ban somebody in the constitution, no matter how much we hate him. But there are things that we can do that within the constitution that can be able to help us, dismantle what is really going on here. Because not all of us are really confident in our judiciary anyway. We know they're trying to do the best right now with the little, with Ruto, they're trying to divorce themselves from him. But we also see Ruto knowing what he has on them, okay, trying to use his crafty ways to be able to bend them to that side, and nobody can stop that unless we, the people, step forward and say, no, this is not our constitution, and this is what it is. So I don't know, the Abdullahi, equation there. Maybe you guys can educate me a little bit more of why we think it should be banned. Because to me, banning is almost like our constitution is cannot address these issues, but I think it can. And so maybe a lawyer here should be able to kind of help me here, because I'm a little confused based on my understanding of the Constitution. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Reverend Lala. We appreciate that. And probably I will just bring this in. According to the Supreme Court judges, there has been numerous warnings given to the lawyer on discussing matters pertaining to the court outside the court. For example, matters corruption in the print media, social media, and otherwise that have painted the courts in bad light when he has been part and parcel of that court. Remember, he was part of the Judicial Service Commission when the Supreme Court was constituted. So he has a stake in that court with everything. And the way things work is that when the Supreme Court gives that ban, it is not an end in itself. It could be a beginning, because now that I've been banned from appearing before you, then I can either sue to be restored, okay, and give reasons why I should be restored or why I was irregularly banned. But from the look of things, it is a matter of the Supreme Court trying to save itself from the innumerable claims that have come up. And so I think it's within the law for them to accept or reject a person who comes to appear before them if he has already, dismissed them. For example, if I've already said appearing before Lala is corrupt, there is no justice I can get from him, he's incompetent and all that, then I have a case and the judge on duty is Lala. So how do I now come again and ask for justice from the same person I've told that he is not competent, he is not just, and he is corrupt? And so it is like Abdullahi has what? Beaten the fingers that feed him, for once. And
but
two, yes.
Bernard, the question is, why can't they sue him? Why can't they
court
bring
cannot
a case
sue,
against
the court
him?
cannot sue you. Why now? Where will the court sue you?
Oh,
this is like suspension, like that of high school. A rowdy student, he has broken the rules and regulations, so he's suspended from school. Then now he should be brought back by the parents. Then the case should start. That's the scenario here. And the headmaster of the Supreme Court is Mother Kome. His school is the lawyers and the judges. So this lawyer has misbehaved. He's been suspended. So he has to look for a way to come back. And then from there, I think the case should start. But from the pride and the demeanor of Abdullahi, the Grand Mullah, I don't see him going for that. And I think he just wants to have a quiet end of his practice. I think he makes more money privately than he makes by appearing before judges. So I don't think he has he's been affected in any way, except for his law firm. Since the ban affects everybody else who has worked with him or has been sent by him, they are not going to appear before the Supreme Court. And on the other hand, the Supreme Court rule becomes law. So it means even the smaller courts will also follow suit and say, since our boss cannot see you, we as the people working under our boss will still not see you. But it's just the beginning of war. It's just the beginning of war, in my opinion. This is far from an end.
You know why I'm asking that question is, I do counseling. I practice psychology here, and I've got the courts. I work with a lot of court system, and usually when a lawyer or a judge, has issues, sometimes they are required to go, through some some processes for them to be able to address their problem. And I see some of them because the judge requires them to go through certain, structure. In other words, there is no time when that constitution will not work, to either punish or to restore the judge. The times is about alcohol. The time is about disrespect for the judges and all that. And so they bring all these things on them. But there is always it's always a process to kind of work with them. So we do a report and return it to the judge who is in charge of that particular case. And then now they make that determination. So this is not a situation where somebody's banned and that's the end of it. But it's almost a process. Maybe that's a Kenyan way of doing it, where they're banned from practice plus their practices, which to me is kind of sound quite different. I've never heard of that here, but that's Kenyan's constitution.
Probably we'll be digging further to get more information.
Maybe
from the look of things, the practice I'm talking about, private practice, is consultants. Now you cannot appear before the court. You can only
you're right that it may be a beginning of something else that is coming. Maybe that. Okay.
So let's listen to Kerio Ewoy. Long time. What happened?
Thank you, Bernard. Nothing happened, but just part of business. I've been able to go to South Sudan in the reserve areas where you cannot able to access much of network.
Okay, karibu.
Asante. But once I come to Turkana County, I must be able to. I should be able to discuss with you and also see the channel when it is moving on. Well, in regards to the information that we have today, I just want to thank Lala, Ndumani, and also you, Bernard. I know, Bernard, you've actually improved this platform, and it is actually very much well and seen in every part of almost the world. I really thank you for that. And I want to apologize for the almost 6 months that I've never been with you people since September up to date. And this is the time I reached to the border of our country. And I was able to follow the information that people have been discussing in regards to this platform. Now, Bernard, if I can contribute a little bit in terms of constitution, I can see there are so many things that we are struggling to understand very well. But I remember the Constitution of 2010 was actually participated by each and every person, including Lala, who demanded for lawyers to interpret very much. Because every one of us, we are not lawyers, but actually we read the Constitution and we make it, we really understood very clearly. Almost everybody knows the Constitution by the moment, apart from some simple interpretation which are needed from the courts. But actually, since we contributed this Constitution, we can interpret clearly according to how we understand and how we've been able to go to various seminars and conferences in regards to the Constitution. That is why we approve it. Now, in regard to Grad Muller is one of the competent lawyers in this country who have been also participated in JSC, being part of the members, and he's been contributing very well during those times when he's been there. But actually, he has some weaknesses in regards to presentation of information in courts. According to me, the way I normally see, he has that temper of actually giving information in a very, I can use the word, a very arrogant manner sometimes, because he normally talks carelessly, but actually he understands the law very clearly. And in terms of bans, no, you know somebody when he does something which is not important to the people, because I saw Grand Muller almost a year since the government of Kenya Kwanza took over. He has been in a platform most of the times, being in X, in so many medias, sometimes supporting the Kenya Kwanza, sometimes disregarding what the Kenya Kwanza is doing. When you will not be principled, sometimes it will reach a time where you are confused to an extent where you cannot even understand what you're doing. So the confusion he has most of the times, criticizing the government in some instance, and other times he normally support the government. I remember when he had been able to go to the show with Professor somebody from Mukambani, who was one of the advisors of Raila Odinga, Professor Mutua. He can able to support the government, and some other instances he criticizes. Sometimes Bernard and Lala, you become, if you want to criticize, just stand firmly like Otiende Amolo, like Sifuna, like Orengo. You stand firmly and tell the facts exactly in regards to what you're talking about. But sometimes when you go front and then you come back again, it does not give sense. And as a lawyer, professional lawyer, you cannot be hiring information most of the times in social media. There are some issues you have to talk specifically to the people that you really understand they are not doing well, since you are a lawyer. No, for now, those people who are affected is the judiciary. When you talk of judiciary, that's lawyers, magistrates, and judges. This is one team which is supposed to go together in regards to whatever they want to do. So wherever you see somebody else, like of recent, I saw Bernard, some of the lawyers in Central Rift trying to object on other lawyers when they have been trying to demonstrate on the issues that actually are affecting the judiciary. It is only judiciary that we have been defending, Bernard. That is the only entity that we wanted to defend. In the case of anything, we go to court and the court stops. But now, if the government of the day want to stop judiciary, then we have no government. The government of the day is anarchist and also is becoming a government of dictatorship, which definitely they don't want to be criticized. They don't want to see other people becoming flamboyant. That is not a government. So it has also reached a time where God can want to display everything so that these people will not be able to hide behind the corridors. Bernard, as for now, we have been discussing in this platform since the time Kenya Kwanza took over. And we have been talking a lot of issues. And for now, actually everything is becoming so difficult to each and every person, even those who are supporting Kenya Kwanza. Because whoever who is leading, controlling the government does not understand how he want to rule this government. Because once it reaches the time where the resources of the country comes from human resource, only from human resource, nothing else. There is no industries, there is no infrastructure. They are only getting resources from human resource. And the human resource, they want to get resources. Now, the Kenya Kwanza government wants to vary people to other countries and work from abroad and also other countries, international countries. I don't know how they will be getting more money in regards to this. So this country is now lying at a standstill to an extent where everyone does not even understand whatever. Now, judiciary is legislature is out. Judiciary is now, they are now coming to the judiciary. And I even Bernard want to comment on Mother Kome. When I was outside the country, I was seeing in a social media that Mother Kome want to discuss, to talk with the state, with the executive. I don't know which issues do she want to get from executive that you could not able to interpret in terms of law, because theirs is to interpret the law and give as it is. Well, issues in regards to corruption, in fact, it is the state which provide more corruption to the country. Even if there is anybody else, Bernard, who is moving with corruption, it has been shown the leaders of the country. In fact, the president, the deputy president, and the rest of them, the cabinets, those are the people who are practicing corruption so much. I don't know why they're so guilty to an extent where they can just say judiciary is corrupt. And you remember, it is only 16 months they were given leadership by judiciary. So I don't know, once the president can say judiciary is corrupt, what will we say as a Simio when he was given that responsibility by judiciary and nobody accused judiciary? We could not able to incite the people so that they can deny on it. We say yes. If that is the case, then let's just leave it like that. So Bernard, I think we are in a lame country that we don't even have somebody to control. And for me, when I saw Sudan is now in conflict with Kenya through the leadership. Right now, Tanzania is in critical problems, Kenya, and also Uganda. I think Kenya is remaining alone, and we are going to suffer very soon until the people of this republic, all of them unite and we bring what we call revolution. That's where we can survive. If not, if we are ready to be bribed by 1,000 and 2,000 so that we can be able to support somebody, then the country has gone. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, Asante Sana, thank you for that elaborate contribution. We are glad that you're back, and we are glad you're safe. Stay safe. We need to be here to see to it that we rescue this country together and celebrate the victory again. Now, as we continue to engage, please, let's be on the forefront. Let's keep civility as well as ensure your participation. Participation means you don't spectate the show, you participate by encouraging somebody to join. And then, of course, we want you to help somebody subscribe. If you are a subscriber and you enjoy what you see on this channel, please help 5-10 people to subscribe under you. Wewe kuwa na disciples wako wa Sound Candid Talk ambao utaleta, utabatiza na wakuwa wakikufuata kufuata vipindi vyetu. Hiyo ndio njia moja ya kusaidia channel kugrow na kuendelea mbele. Asante sana kwa wote. Namuona nani, Father Darius, thank you so much for being here. Anasema Grand Mula may end up exposing many judges. It is too late for now. I think not too late in the sense that hakuna cha kuficha this time round. Kumeharibika na kumwaga mtama itamwagwa, kumwaga maharagwe itamwagwa. Tukwe tu tayari kwa it is the season of exposure, na mambo yote ambayo yalifanyika chini ya meza yanakwenda kuwekwa kwa meza na yawekwe juu ya paa la kila nyumba, kila mmoja ajue kuna kitu makosa ambacho kimeendelea katika nchi hii, ambacho naamini kama vile Ewoya amesema, Mungu hatavumilia tena, Mungu hataficha tena, anataka kila kitu kiwekwe wazi ili nchi ipone. Na hiyo mmojawapo ni kuelewa kwamba hakuna baya ambalo limetendeka haswa from the judiciary that will continue being siri. Yote inaenda kuwekwa wazi na Wakenya lazima wakuwe tayari na mambo hayo. Reverend Lala, your hand was up. Be brief, please.
I just want to ask a question, Kerio. Okay, good to see you, my brother. You mentioned that you are in Sudan. What is the perception from the ground where you are about Kenya? What's going on? What do you sense? What are they talking about when it comes to Kenya? Did you hear me? Just
can you unmute, please? Before, yes, unmute. You're still mute.
Good to see you, Jeremiah. Good. Did
yes,
you hear?
Yes.
My question is.
Yeah, I've understood the question. I've understood, Lala. Are you hearing?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Respond quickly, please.
All right. That is great. Lala, that is a very important question. I want to tell you I was in South Sudan, not Sudan. The only thing I commented is Sudan is now in conflict with Kenya because of something happened that the president of Kenya was supporting a rebel group. And therefore, the situation in those areas is not so good to Kenya. Everybody is lamenting about the leadership of Kenya. It's not like before. You know, South Sudan was actually supported by Kenya in various issues, in the various, in fact, in terms of economic development, in terms of employment for their people, and also how they have been getting resources from abroad. They have been passing in the Republic of Kenya. So this time around, there are so many conditions. There are various challenges that people of those areas are getting in our country. So they are blaming the leadership that we have today. Because since the leadership of Kibaki and Uhuru, they have been actually in a freedom where they could be able to interact with Kenyans and also move from one place to the other place in the Republic of Kenya. Like children who have been learning in Kenya, other people who have been residing in Kenya. And right now, there are so many conditions in the borders. They are facing a lot of problems. So in terms of South Sudan, they're actually very gloomy about what is taking place. They are surprising on the leadership that we have. In regard to Sudan, those ones are so crazy. They really want conflict to Kenya because whatever Kenya is supporting a rebel group, that is the response of what you said, what you've been asking, Lala. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kerio, for the response. Reverend Lola, I hope that is satisfying.
Oh, that's okay. I just want to have a feel. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks,
Okay.
Kerry.
Okay, thank you very much. There is a lot of irresponsible international relations with the Kenya Kwanza administration. It appears that either William Ruto is deliberately looking for enmity by his neighbors, or he doesn't understand the value of warm neighborhood. We could say South Sudan is a baby, it's a Kenyan baby, because it's a product of the negotiation led by Kenya for many years. Southern Sudan has been depending on Kenya, including the education system. The exams have been set here and have been collected from here. And it's been a good trading partner with Kenya. And so either William Ruto just wants to be on a war front with the rest of the world, to what end only God knows. But from the look of things, what he is doing is not smelling good at all. We will soon be isolated as a country, and that I don't know whether that's what will help his dictatorship. I don't get it, because if you want to be an imperial leader, you should have a neighbor where you run to when things get hot. Somebody sent me a clip of the rise and the fall of Idi Amin today, and maybe I'll share a small clip on the same. He says, if you attack, if the statement of Idi Amin is saying that if Tanzania attack Uganda, South Africa will attack them. And if Ethiopia attack Uganda, Egypt will attack them. And if Kenya attack Uganda, we will attack them. So he is so much into attacking to an extent whereby he's not ready to negotiate anything or to seek peace with anyone. But what William Ruto is doing to this country and against this country is enormous. In my opinion, is enough for the Kenyan people to rise up and tell him enough is enough. Na hiyo ndio vita ambayo nimeanzisha haswa na wazee wetu. Mimi sipendi wale watu ambao wameachilia nchi kuharibika na wafanyi chochote. Simama imara, sema sauti yako ikasikike, ijulikane kwamba huku support hivyo, huku support William Ruto kuharibu nchi, huku support William Ruto kuharibu uchumi, huku support William Ruto kuharibu masomo na kuharibu our healthcare system. We are giving him too much leeway to get away with too much. And so as Kenyans of goodwill, let's not be at ease at this point in time. Let's rise up and save our country. That is the best thing you can do for this country. Don't think that William Ruto will be tired of doing evil. An evil man will always do evil, and he delights in evil. So the only way to stop him, he has to be stopped. And so it appears to me that Kenyans don't realize this. You cannot stop the evil in the land until you stop the evil man. Let Kenyans rise up and stop the evil in the land. Well, there is a video I wanted to play, but it's not getting ready in good time. So we'll go to Njere Mani, atoe maoni yake kuhusu hii masuala ya Grand Mula, alafu tusonge mbele. Nashukuru kila moja anayejiunga nasi. Hakikisha una like video, una subscribe na unapiga kura. Asante. Njere Mani, how are you today?
I'm very well. I'm good, Bernard. How are you?
Great. Welcome.
Thank you. Allow me to start by recognizing the presence of Reverend Lala. Allow me to also recognize Kirio Ewoy. It is a pleasure to meet you. I also recognize the presence of Odumani, and I also see SG Kamau has joined us. Now, Bernard, I saw the topic today, and when you played the clip about Grand Mullah, I said it appears we are getting to a state where the evidence of a broken social justice system is now with us. All along, we've been looking at symptoms, but now it appears we have started seeing the proper manifestations. It is like previously, everything else was happening inside the body, but now we are starting to see lumps appearing on the body. And it is obvious to us that the state of social justice is bedridden. Grand Mullah is a senior counsel. Grand Mullah is someone that has worked towards many instances that have evolved the justice system as we know it today in Kenya. Grand Mullah has been KACC or CASA director, Kenya Anti-Corruption director. Grand Mullah has been a lecturer of law. Grand Mullah has represented many clients before the courts. Now, why am I saying all this? I'm recognizing that Grand Mullah has contributed in several ways significantly towards the evolution of the justice system that we have. So today, when I see the Supreme Court says he's been banned from appearing, including his company, and this order is coming directly from the Supreme Court, I'm saying, wait a minute. I don't have all the facts. I've not read the full document to understand what was in there. But I'm saying, first thing that comes to my head is, this is the highest court in the land that is pronouncing a ban. Where is he supposed to go and get justice? Where is he supposed to go and appeal? My expectation was as follows. Supreme Court is aggrieved. Supreme Court should forward the 7 judges should forward their list of grievances to the Judicial Service Commission or to a court that will now start addressing the matter and saying, where do you find merit in our case that we feel we are being demeaned? Here the court has taken a very high level of judgment and said, we pronounce an outright ban. Now the question is this a lifetime ban? That's the other thing to be asked. Is this a 2-year ban? Is it a 3-year ban? Because certainly the rules of natural justice say that someone should have recourse. In this instance, what will be the recourse? And that's where I start by questioning whether there was a rationality in that decision. I say this because the air in the Kenyan psyche today is that Grand Mullah's chicken have come home to roost. He's been going out talking about the judiciary in very demeaning terms. But I'm saying, was a decision by the Supreme Court? Sorry, my screen is flickering. I don't know if you can see me. Oh, we are together. Okay. So I'm saying, is the decision by the Supreme Court, does it give him leeway to appeal to whichever other avenue? And which avenue will that be? And that's why I'm saying, from where I stand, from where I sit, there might have been a lapse in rationality in that ban. Now, given that, then we start asking the question. The president has made some very demeaning remarks towards the judiciary. Will he be asked to retract, or will those statements stand as they are? And if they stand as they are, the next follow-up question will be, will they effect also a ban on the president and say, you as president, you as the presidency are also banned from making submissions before the Supreme Court? Because if the same can be done to Grand Mullah, the law should have equal length of arms when it comes to the president. And if that cannot be applied to the president, then the question is Grand Mullah in that instance the soft spot or the easy person who could be smashed by the law? Then we must ask then, is every other citizen safe in that instance? Because now people will also make incendiary remarks about the Supreme Court. And will they also equally be banned from making appearances? So there is lack of rationality in my view with that decision. As sweet as it sounds like the Supreme Court has made, taken steps towards judicial activism, but it is judicial activism that appears to me to be intemperate. There should be some legal recourse that someone can pursue in this instance. And I would have expected the Supreme Court to have the thickest skin and say, we have heard what Grand Mullah said, and we are making this petition to one of the courts. If not the courts, to the Law Society. If not the Law Society, to the Judicial Service Commission. If not one or either of those, then to all of those, and say, we are seeking a means for disciplinary action to be taken against him, so that in the eventuality that Grand Mullah needs to appeal, he has recourse to go to a court, to go to an appeals court, and God forbid it ends up at the Supreme Court. Then at that instance, we'll be looking at a crisis that we may never get entangled out of. Those are my submissions, Bernard. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah. We appreciate it, and interesting indeed. But I think the only place where the judges can submit a complaint against a lawyer is on the Law Society of Kenya, because the Law Society of Kenya is what the body that even wherever I think authorizes people before they are admitted to the bench. And so it's compulsory to belong to the Law Society of Kenya, and any disciplinary measures against lawyers is usually discussed within that framework. The Judicial Service Commission is for it's the one in charge of hiring and firing whatever the judges within the framework of the justice system. And so reporting a lawyer to the Judicial Service Commission, that to me will be, I don't know. I don't think lawyers are answerable to the Judicial Service Commission unless I'm lost.
Sorry.
Yes.
Allow me to qualify, even as I see Lala. Lala, allow me to qualify my remark on the JSC. I'm referring here to the JSC because Grand Mullah is a senior counsel. So there must be interaction between the senior counsel, and maybe the most appropriate is the senior counsel's bar. But then again, there must be some interaction between the senior counsel's bar and the Judicial Service Commission. That's where my qualify comes in.
Okay, thank you. He was a member of the Judicial Service Commission at a time, but his term elapsed and he exited the seat. And so I don't know. Lala, what are you saying before we bring this school of groups?
Germany, thank you for that presentation, because I think it captures what I'm thinking about. Because I think in any country, especially the one that I'm used to is Kenya and the US. I'm not a lawyer. There has to be a mechanism to present if they complain that Grand Mullah is making all these accusations and all this. I think they should focus on each one of those. If it's against the lawyer or against whatever group of people, they should sue those, Grand Mullah, and he should be able to be answerable on each of those cases, so that it's not just this vile wanafanya kwa jumla. It's as if this man is an outlaw and they are doing all these things, and they cannot present any of those cases. Who was aggrieved and what did he say? What did he do? We know he does say all kinds of crazy stuff, but they should get him on 1 or 2 or 3 counts of those things, and then let him face a judge. And if it's done wrong, let them jail him. But you see, what they're doing now, I'm telling you, is making him bigger than, larger. You see, they think that we could ignore, but now Grand Mullah is bigger. So anybody going through a tough time in that legal system would identify with him. And so my thinking is this: what they've done is not well thought. Judgment of this man is not been tried and convicted of anything. This is simply politics, which to me goes back to what may have happened behind the scene. I think Jeremiah may be right that there's some things that we're beginning just to see. I think Bernard, you're too right. There's things that are probably going to come out, but they don't know what to do with. There's certain revelation that are in there that they're afraid. So I can see the Supreme Court is afraid of this man, and Grand Mullah is also using this opportunity to be able to shed light on what may have gone on between the Supreme Court and Ruto. So I think there's a big thing brewing in this particular, moment based on this Grand Mullah. So Grand Mullah may be a blessing in disguise for most of us to unearth what is really going on, because I think whatever they've done to him is irrational, not well thought. There could have been other ways to approach this problem, which are within the Constitution. So I agree with you, Jeremiah.
Okay. Thank you, Reverend Lala. Maybe just as a point of information, thank you, David Angwenyi, for reminding me JSC is Judicial Service Commission. I appreciate that. Pogon, our brother, says it was a permanent ban for Grand Mullah. It is not monthly or weekly or a period of time. It's permanent. He cannot appear before the Supreme Court according to the submissions given by the Supreme Court judges. Then I also
is that legal, or is
whether it's legal or illegal, it is now something that will need to be looked at. But I also want, as a point of information, Father Darius has brought this up, and I want us to understand that Grand Mullah has not been away from controversy, from his practicing, and he has had many scandals, because there was a time when even his license for practicing was to be withdrawn. So here, Father Darius says, judiciary kimeumana. One, or on the other hand, don't believe that Grand Mullah ever graduated in pupillage. His said mentor died mysteriously when questions were raised about his education. So Grand Mullah has had a controversial relationship, especially in the legal practice, and it dates back. So probably we are just witnessing a culmination of something that has been boiling all along.
Bernard.
Yes. Yes.
I love my brother Dara's my greatest brother. I support him 100%. But this is a time when I think I want to disagree with all of you, and I'm with Jeremani. The reason why I disagree, I don't like him. I actually one of the people I don't like, Grand Muller, but his right, his constitutional right should not be trampled upon. It's like what we tend to do in Kenya is somebody is kicked out of the country before they can submit what they have. What are they doing? We want to know what Grand Muller has. What they are doing is protecting, things from coming out. This is what's wrong with Kenya. Let him say it. And then if he's done wrong, let him go to jail. And then we can benefit. But this idea of banning people is wrong. That's my point.
So Lala, relax there. Thank you so much. We will get back to you guys. It's getting interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep going. As SG get ready to come in, let me just give you the verdict of the voting on the poll question. We are asking, are the Supreme Court judges justified to ban Grand Muller from the courts? 94% of the 18 votes cast on Sound Candid Talk Live are saying yes, they are justified. Only 6% say no. Now I'm happy, and also the likes are still low. Please, let's make sure that before you cast your vote, you have also liked the video. On Sound Candid Talk main channel, 154 votes cast. Are the Supreme Court judges justified to ban Grand Muller from the courts? 66% say yes, and 34% say no. Let's engage. Let's participate. Please, to see subscribers rising, the number of subscribers rising, the number of viewers rising, and then, of course, be engaged. Unfortunately, our Facebook has issues, so please find us. I've shared the link in several places on Facebook. If you are not getting us on our usual page, please endeavor to get us. And that's why it's important for you not only to follow us on Facebook, also make sure you are a subscriber on YouTube so that you don't miss out on our broadcast. Thank you so much, SG Kamau.
Assalamu alaikum ndugu yangu, Bwana asifiwe wa Kristo. Can you hear me sound and clear?
We get you loud and clear, sir. Welcome on board.
Asante sana. I have been burning inside, because ukikaa sana bila kuongea maneno inakaa ikichemuka. But I really want to avoid that issue of Grand Muller, because the little I know about him, of which he has a fun history, as you said there. He has links with the pirates. He somehow owns First Community Bank, which is so much involved in a lot of things, issues to do with terrorism and stuff. I don't want, because I really have no much information about him. And one thing I learned yesterday when Otiende Omolo was speaking with Sholai is that when you're a judge, you're like in a position of not God, the capital G, the small God, that you can even make bad decisions as long as you do them in good faith. And therefore, the permanent ban of Grand Muller, I think it's a bad decision, but done in good faith, because that is a guy who is, for lack of a better word, a stumbling block to many things. You can imagine he talks about corruption, but he defends corruption because he defended Weston. Do you know that? He was the lawyer of Ruto defending Weston, which we know as a people of Kenya is a stolen land. So for me, it is the case of kettle calling the pot, or the pot calling the kettle black. You know what I mean? Wewe unachekelea nyani haoni kundule. So hawa ni watu ambao wako na mashida nyingi. But what is exciting to me as a Kenyan today, it is how these things are falling down. This is like the Tower of Babel. There's too many languages. In fact, if you read the Bible, you understand that these people, if they could have spoken in one language, they could have managed to reach where they wanted to go. But now what we see in Kenya, Kwanza, look at the Supreme Court, which called us hot air, who said with the wild goose, things that have never been used in. They're in battles with the Grand Mullah. They're in battles with the president. I mean, look at it. It is interesting. I think I'll say this. I'll say that it is a good time to be alive, because what we are seeing, it is not even the real dinner or the real menu. Hii ni appetizer. Hii ni pudding. This is a year that we shall know the truth, and the truth shall set us free. If you are in the internet, if you're on social media, you'll understand now. This year has started with exposing a lot of things. As we ended the last year and the beginning this year, now we have known what TB Joshua did. We have known the list of Estein, the guy who was having an island, and people could go there. We have a list. We have so many things that are going to get to. They are opening up. We are very happy as a generation, because it's like God is exposing the world, telling them these are the people you believe in. These are the people you're always standing for. You understand? And therefore, Bernard, from where I sit, I'm happy, because even the page of Kenya has begun. I like when Ruto talks about corruption, because when you start talking about corruption, then we shall go round and ask ourselves, thank you. We have exposed those lawyers and those judges that are corrupt. Now let us come to your house. Why did you take land in Taveta that is 2,500 that does not belong to you? Why did you take the land of Muteshi and that man, poor man, died of frustration? Why did you take Weston Hotel? Why did you take somebody's wife? Why are you causing fight among us, even married women? Those are the questions we are going to be asking this year. So we are asking them, let them bring all these corruption cases. Let us know who is corrupt and who is not corrupt, so that at the end of the day, because you have to come on the table with clean hands. We expect the president, because he is immune to be prosecuted, to relieve this land that have questions, to clean the air on this land that he was stolen, like the how he became the spot. There's what we call Gong Forest. There is a land even in possession away. We want all these things to come out. However, I support this. We have a conversation, and this conversation should not leave anything aside, so that tuwe na nchi ambayo ina maana. Mimi maombi yangu, na ni maombi yangu, ni si maombi ya watu wengi. Siambii watu waombe kama mimi. Mi naomba mambo iporomoke, ili tuweze kuanza afresh as a country. Tujenge nchi ambayo ni ya kila mtu, is equal in the eyes of God, not equal in the eyes of who you know. That is what I'm praying for. And so when I see Kome fighting with the judiciary, I am happy, because fighting with the executive, I'm happy, because I know it is cooking. I even saw some Kikuyu MPs, leaders in Maranga, saying they have no faith with the deputy president. Hiyo inafanya nanunua popcorn ingine na jugu na juice. As I listen to this, I'm so excited of the development that is happening in Kenya, so that we have a country that makes sense. Today, Gachagua had promised that he's going to go and give a petition to remove a judge. Why did he not go? Because he is afraid whatever he is going to bring out is going to be scrutinized. If you're on social media, you'll always know that we scrutinize all these things, na tunajua mwizi ni nani. Na sasa anasema hakuenda kwa sababu ati si Chief Justice ameitisha mazungumzo. Kwani hiyo mazungumzo ndio itazuia mkora asiende nyumbani? You know, that is the question. people are asking. So we are, as a country, as a people, we want these things to boil. We want them to burst, those which will burst, so that we have a country that makes sense. You and I know we have stood for the truth. We want a country where we're going to give examples of our leaders and tell our children, when you grow up, I want you to become like William Samoei Ruto, a person of Christianity's truth. He has the fruits of the Holy Spirit. He won the Nobel Prize. And we want to tell the children, I want you to become like Shagwa, because he became a deputy president through hard work, yeah, through helping the orphans. But the examples we have today, my brothers, they are just so pathetic. It is something you cannot even share with your children. Anytime you are with your children and Ruto starts speaking, you change the channel to maybe things like football or something like a tune and put like a kipindi kama Papa Shirandra, because it will make us happy. Not a person who is telling us how he is going to not kukopa, but he is coopering. He is telling us he wants to become Kibaki, but he is, all these evil things are in this government. Kwa hivyo mimi, kwa maoni yangu, ni waripuane huko, kisambaratike, tukae mahali tuseme, let us now build a country. Asante sana.
Okay, asante sana SG. Interesting indeed. And I think this is just the beginning of the match. We'll see how this develops. But like the Bible says, be not deceived. God is not mocked. Whatsoever a man sows, the same he shall reap. There seems to be more happening behind the scenes that Kenyans are not privy to. But I've just gotten some captions here that I want to read out, maybe before I can let Reverend Lai do his response. Interesting captions. Quickly, just we look at them and then we can help into passing the judgment. Now, these are the contemporaries of Grand Mullah. Contemporaries means they work together in the same fraternity. This Nelson Harvey. Nelson Harvey was, I think, former president of the Law Society of Kenya in acting capacity, if I can remember well. He says Ahmednasir Abdullahi lamentations must be understood from his faulty background as an advocate. He obtained admission to the bar fraudulently by forging the signature of his alleged pupil master on his certificate of completion of pupillage. He is a quack from the word go. That is Nelson Harvey, I think was former president of the Law Society of Kenya. This is Miguna himself. He says Ahmednasir Abdullahi forged Peter Simani's signature on his pupillage certificate on 23rd September 2013 before Peter Simani could testify against Ahmednasir regarding the forgery. Simani was mysteriously killed at Westgate Mall. We have never seen the bodies of the terrorists. Interesting indeed. Let's look at this one. This is Donald B. Kipkorir. Says every lawyer knows that you are blackmail of judges when sitting on the JSC. By the way, no other lawyer beats you in your professional misconduct. You betrayed your clients and switched sides in Tattoo City and 14 Riverside cases for money. You change legal representation like a prostitute. Now, that's coming from his contemporaries and people who are working with him in the legal fraternity. And so when we say that the judges must have come to the conclusion based on so many things, the controversy with Ahmednasir Abdullahi has been working together. Yes, Reverend Lala.
Bernard, those points that are raised actually vindicates my stand, because if the Supreme Court cannot put a team together to investigate this man and present these cases and start with the ban, I think the ban should come last, based on that kind of diligent work to make sure that we know this is a Supreme Court. But the way they have acted is like they are afraid of him. That makes him larger and bigger. And so when people speculate that is with the terrorists and others, so it becomes like a warlord of some kind. And so I think that something is wrong with that kind of approach, when it comes to things like this. Secondly, you see, all this just are speculations until the man is put in some kind of a place where he can give answers to his background, and let Kenyans face him, because we are the supreme. We are the sovereign as Kenyans. So we need to know, because this is somebody that we have put in the highest office possible, member of GIC, deciding on who our judges are. He has had a great opportunity and the background in there, and the guy is smart. I know that. So whatever he's done, I think it is for all of us as Kenyans who think he's smart, and those who know that he's not there because of his merit, should be able to face him. We should be able to know why he's being banned. And that will be much, much better than just doing things the old way. I think what we are doing is exactly what we're running away from. Vigilante, where people are killed before they are they're given chance to appear in court. We cannot do this. We have to. Kenyans got to know the truth. We cannot, evade the truth by eliminating somebody, banning somebody, kicking him out. In fact, if he was a Somali, he would have been kicked out long time. We wouldn't even allow him to stay in our system because we are afraid of what he can do, what he will say in court. So that is my contention here. Not because I think he is a great guy. I've never liked him. But he's still a Kenyan. He has to face all these charges that are being made by Muguna and the rest of the people. And SG Kamau, my brother, but you see, we cannot use this platform to simply crucify people without a clear evidence. I think the very reason why we have this platform is for us to be able to look beyond the face. We want to go on the inside and discuss it rationally and know what's really going on. Banning is the worst form of dictatorship, which I don't believe in. I don't even like it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Lala. Interesting indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, please be on the forefront. Kukaribisha mtu kumakinika kusubscribe kwa channel naomba tafadhali, nataka kila mmoja wote ambao mnafuata kipindi hiki unitafutie tu wewe binafsi, your own disciples that follow you to Sound Candid Talk, 10 of them, each one of us. If we do that, we will be helping a great deal, because we are not growing as fast as we should. please let's ensure that we do that. And also note that our Facebook page has issues. We are streaming on my Facebook profile, so tafadhali tufuate, tutafute wale ambao lazima mtufuate kwa Facebook, tunapatikana huko, and we have been blocked, hata we cannot share the link there at the moment. So tafadhali jitahidi utufuate kwa YouTube, hapo ndipo utapata story nzima. Kabla tu, I think Njeremane has a response, but before that I want us to play a video just to help us make sense of this thing from this legal mind here on matters Ahmednasir Abdullahi.
You have been around for quite a long time.
Yes.
Have you seen an instance with the other CJs who've served there before who had to talk with the president?
Absolutely no. It's never done. That is never done at all. Nowhere. I may tell you there was one president of the Court of Appeal who probably, in my view, has been one of the best judges that Kenya has had. He was a president of the Court of Appeal for East Africa, Sir Charles Newbold. When Sir Charles Newbold was living, I remember very well, a ceremony was held for him in the court. And late Charles Njonjo was then the Honorable Attorney General, had to address him. The president of the Law Society, or the chairman of the Law Society at that time, had also to address him. And the president of the Court of Appeal, then Sir Charles Newbold, had also to address the audience. And I remember him saying one thing in favor of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. He said for all the time he had sat in Kenya, and Mzee Jomo Kenyatta had been a president of the Republic of Kenya, at no stage did he ever get any impression that the judicial process was being interfered with by the president. That was a very good compliment. That was a very good compliment.
So no president since independence has had a sit down with the judiciary?
No. Mzee Jomo Kenyatta never did it. Moi never did it. There was an exception of one case, I think, when some bodies had to be exhumed in the Rift Valley, where there was some little talk, but there was no evidence at all. So that although Daniel Arap Moi is accused of some human rights violations, one cannot say that he ever went out to interfere with the judicial process at all. James Karugu was then the Attorney General, and I recall very well, there's no time when anybody ever said that Mzee Daniel Arap Moi was interfering with the judiciary. Mzee Mwai Kibaki never interfered with the judiciary at all. The recent president, Uhuru Kenyatta, as far as I can remember, the only area of disagreement was not complying with the court orders. But at no stage did someone say that he was trying to interfere with the judiciary to get decisions or to get audience at all. Yes. With tremendous respect to our president, he is opening a dangerous chapter in the judicial and legal history of the country. After his departure, or when he ceases to be a president, these could become issues, and he could find that there are some individuals who are now want to press that these matters should again be looked at by the courts. Let us avoid that kind of situation.
The president is out of order.
Yes, the president, with respect, is out of order. What he is doing with respect is wrong.
Okay. So, Wakili, we've had the National Dialogue Committee.
Mabibi na mabwana, huyo ni Haminwa, a very legend lawyer, giving his view about the latest happenings in the legal fraternity and of course also the attempt by William Ruto to try and put the judiciary under his armpit. Thank you for joining, Mr. Guru. Just a minute later, Jeremani take his minute to respond and then we will come in. Jeremani.
Thank you, Bernard. I appreciate the opportunity and allow me to keep within the minute. As you've said, Guru is in the wings. So I salute you, Guru. So what I see here, for example, is that we have a situation where we must be also, we must not fall into the irrationality that seems to be creeping in within the justice spectrum. I talked about social justice being in state of weakness. We're also looking at human rights here, because if you are to look at it critically, Grand Mullah's rights to access to justice is being denied. He can easily sue the Supreme Court. He can easily sue the justices for the ban. And if he doesn't have recourse within Kenya, he has the East Africa Court of Justice. But still, within Kenya, there is remedy. And I anticipate that that's a fight he will likely be preparing for. Finally, within the minute, the justice system today is what is being attacked. It is the last frontier between us, the sovereigns, and the arms of government that are trying to assert total control. Now, by banning Grand Mullah, they have given the attackers of the judicial system the smoking gun that they needed to start fighting them and saying, look, don't you see the injustice that they're perpetrating? That's exactly what we were trying to avoid, and they've walked into that trap. Back to you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for those submissions. Now, naomba tafadhali tumakinike, tuendelee kukaribisha mtu tafadhali, usitazame kipindi peke yako. Nashukuru watu wa comments, naona pia huko kuna waka moto. Tujitahidi hivyo hivyo, na kama unapanga kuingia studio, usichelewe. Naamini kwamba hapa ndipo story yote unaipata kwa njia iliyo wazi. Thank you so much. Mr. Guru, vipi?
Mzuri sana.
Karibu, mambo haya yanakaaje?
Kwanza wacha nisalimie Njeremani na Lala na wewe. You know, it's very easy to argue against the judiciary for what they have done. But I think there is a covenant in the judicial circles. And when you listen to the RSK and other lawyers, you will understand that to us, the lay persons who are not very conversant with the practice of law, we may see it as being unfair to ban Grand Mullah. But when you look at the underlying issues, you understand that you cannot be a judicial officer or a practitioner in law, and yet the same body that you appear to every other time you are out there in public castigating them, scandalizing them. So I think it is right to send a message, especially for a person who is a practitioner in law, like Grad Mura is, that you cannot have your cake and eat it. You know, there is a principle in law that whoever comes to seek justice must come with clean hands. Right, it may look like that has been an overkill. The banning is an overkill. But what do you do with a judicial officer, a practitioner, who deliberately scandalizes the judiciary every day, yet is a person well versed with the procedures? He's been talking of corruption. He knows there are procedures of dealing with corrupt judicial officers. He knows there's a Judicial Service Commission. He's talking the same language with politicians. It cannot be. And I think that is what was needed, so that to bring order in the practice of law. And I dare say that some of these accusations, even him, he has vested interests. Okay? So, and that's where there are procedures, because we do not know whether he's trying to orchestrate a situation that will lead to his bodies being put in the right places by removing others through this kind of scandalizing system. Why is it that it's difficult for him to gather evidence and confront these people at the Judicial Service Commission? Why is it difficult for Ruto to have Justin Muturi, who is the Attorney General, and who represents him in the Judicial Service Commission, use him to voice the concerns of the executive? Why do they have to use politics? Because what they are doing now is politics. What do you expect right now, the meeting they are talking about, if the CJ and Ruto meet, isn't it going to undermine the principle of neutrality, that the CJ can be directed by the executive to judge matters in a certain way that favors the government? Yet you are aware, Bernard, even an individual can take the government to court on matters that the individual feels are not right, or they trample on the rights of others. Today I saw one of the MPs reading a group of villagers in a land dispute to actually destroy structures of that person. I do not know the merit of that case, but I'm only wondering if that is the direction that is going to be taken in this country, where you have disputes, instead of resorting to the judicial system, you use politics and politicians, is it not going to be a rule of jungle? Therefore, I know there are those who may be idealistic here and think that by banning Grand Mullah, the judiciary is overstepping, it is trampling on his rights, and so on and so forth. But there are principles of administration of justice, and one of them is that you must respect those institutions. And Grand Mullah has failed on that principle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. We appreciate it. Yes, Reverend Lala.
Yes, Brother Guru. I appreciate your contribution, but I choose to disagree. And my reasoning is very simple. The Constitution of Kenya is supposed to be bigger than all of us. And it is the one that gives us the laws that governs our lives. And every one of us should be under that constitution. And so when a situation like this where it's almost like this guy is beyond it, he has to be banned from it. It's almost, it feels like we need to work on that constitution to cover him also, so that we can punish him. It's like it's beyond what constitution can do to him, therefore we ban him. Okay. And because if he's this bad guy, that all people are talking about, why have they not punished him? Why is he been allowed to do all these things all this time? Is he bigger than, see, the message we are sending out there is that there's probably a lacuna on this guy. And the question that I think Jeremiah raised here is that will the same Supreme Court, do that to Ruto, stop him? And where in the Constitution is it spelled out that this is a step that can be taken? Maybe that one may be there, but I don't know. But and because to me, banning is almost like you are not permitted to do anything. It's almost like being excommunicated. Okay, and excommunication means he should find his own country to survive. That's my own interpretation of it. So in my mind, Constitution should be able to accommodate and punish. And I give you an example. I have a practice, psychological practice. I have worked with judges and lawyers that are being punished, that I have to write a brief to send it back to the court. For example, they may be drunk, or they fought, or they are abusive to a system, whatever happened. Something is there to kind of examine them. If he's so crazy, take him to a psychiatric hospital and find out what's really going on there. And so that you don't come to a spot where it's almost like there's nothing we can do just to ban him. To me, make us look small. We are building him. So instead of actually, and most of us think that we are helping the process. I don't think so. I think the justices have things they can do to punish him, okay? To make sure that he's answerable for his utterances. If he's a threat to somebody, he did something, let us find him guilty of those than banning him. That is my, my argument here, because when you ban him, it's like you don't want to listen to him. And yet we have been told here the kind of job this man has held. I think he was even the chairman. I think he was the chairman of LSK. I think I think the editor for one of these publications they had is held almost the highest, it was made up a senior counsel. I think it's a senior counsel. I mean, why would they let him go up? And then all of a sudden now they feel like there's nothing they can do, only to ban him. So I think the problem here is our judicial system. That's where the problem is, more than this guy. This guy can be punished.
Reverend Lala, just a moment.
Hold on 1 second. This guy can be punished if it's done wrong, and they should do that, not just banning him. That's my point. Thank you.
Mr. Guru, what is it?
I do appreciate what Lala is saying, but you see, I do understand LSK has a guideline, actually, on how judicial officers should behave, especially towards the courts and the magistrates, the judges, and the general conduct. And we must also make a distinction here. Grand Mullah can still take somebody to court if he has stolen his camel in Northeastern, if he has any. What he will not do is to practice. He cannot go to represent someone. So he's not been denied his individual rights as a citizen of Kenya.
Guru, he has been denied. I'm just to step in there. He's been denied. They should do it legally. They should take him and let him. There's processes. Even judges have a problem. They put a committee together. There's a process towards that end.
Order both of you. Order both of you. Reverend Lala.
Can I finish?
Reverend Lala, you seem not to get it that Ngoja kwanza. You seem not to get that Grand Mullah is not new to the court. Grand Mullah was part of the first Judicial Service Commission. He participated into vetting these judges that are on the bench today. So when the Supreme Court reaches a point of banning you, it is not in view of not liking you or liking you. It is in view of like what was stated. From the light that we have given you warning after warning, and probably exercise other avenues to call you to order to no avail, now we come to this conclusion that you get banned from appearing before us, because you cannot be implicating us on the other side and then still coming to practice before us. And so we shouldn't look at this as that the judicial, wherever the Supreme Court judges just sat up and said, we feel like banning somebody this morning, and Grand Mullah's name came up and then they banned him. No, they have a history together, and Grand Mullah has a history of bashing the court, and especially of late. And so if he was part of the Judicial Service Commission, he participated in hiring these judges. These judges have used other avenues to reach to him, calling him to order, reminding him on his oath as a lawyer and his conduct in terms of how he needs to carry himself in public, and also on court cases that are active before the court should be avoided to be discussed in public and all that. So huyu ni mtu ambaye ametenda dhambi kwa kujua, sio kutenda dhambi kwa kutojua. They will be lenient if he did not know what he was doing. But Grand Mullah seems to know what he should do and how he should go about it, but he keeps doing it with impunity. So that is the sanction for the ban.
Bernard, maybe I come from the same, different background. If he has a problem with his license, they go after his license. There are processes to do that. What I'm reading is not the right way. Maybe I'll do some research tomorrow. Maybe I'll find out something like
No,
this or something.
let me forward
I don't
you.
know.
Let me forward you the whole ruling from the Supreme Court. You study it, and then you will. I think we will be able to debate it better. Guru, I give you 1 minute. Honorable Alex is waiting.
Was his lawyer there? Mullah's lawyer there? Did he argue for him? They have to be
God, but Reverend Lala,
do what we are fighting against.
This was not a case.
Let him face, whatever it is that he need to face.
Lala, you are behaving like Grand Mullah now.
Order,
everybody.
everybody.
Behave like Grand Mullah, but
order, everyone, please. Mute your mics. Thank you. Guru.
I think, when you are in a certain profession, there are procedures and principles of interaction. And in the court system is based on respect. You cannot be scandalizing judges every day in the media, saying how corrupt they are, and yet you appear before them. And that is the point that the judiciary wants to make. In any case, this is a man who has been practicing law for many years and held several positions. Doesn't he know the principles? Doesn't he know the processes? Doesn't he know the structures of dealing with the issues that he raises in public domain? How does he expect us, the real people, to assist when he comes to lament in the Twitter and in other social forums? In fact, that is undermining the judiciary, is undermining the confidence of the judiciary to the common man. And that is a cardinal sin for a person practicing in law.
I agree with you 100%. But the process of addressing the issue, this is where we are having a problem. The result, you can't jump to the end before you go through a process that is transparent to all of us to see.
Mtoro lazima akachapwa viboko.
Kuchapwa si mbaya. Kuchapwa lakini vile wanamchapa, hii ndio is not legal.
Order both of you, please. Reverend Lala, take it easy. And interesting. I just reminded what Dr. Arikana said. Maybe I'll play that clip just to help us make the point. But I think this is just the beginning. Let's not run into conclusion, because if Abdullahi Rahim is aggrieved in this matter, he will take it to whatever court. If the Kenyan court can't listen to him, he will take it to East African court. He still have got many avenues to fight out his way of practicing. But with this, in my opinion, ni mwanzo wa mambo mengine makubwa. And then let's not look at it as if it is cast in stone, although it's permanent. Now that word permanent is
I agree with you with mambo makubwa. That's what I agree with. There is mambo makubwa which are being hidden from us, from the justice themselves.
That are on the way coming. This is just the beginning.
Yes, let them come. Yeah, that's what I think it is.
So it's not conclusion, it's the beginning. Now that we were saying the Supreme Court has spoken, okay? We are now waiting for Ahmednasir to speak. And he has already started to speak. He says he has gotten a badge of honor by being banned. So let's see how it develops. And then we'll see who is who where. But in my opinion, the judges have a right of defense. They have a right to defend themselves. Because after being bashed all day, they have to come up with a way of defending themselves. It is self-defense.
Bernard, the
Yes.
trial of Christ, two unlikely partners got together. The Sadducees and all of them agreed. It looks like there's a convergence here of convenience here, and we hope the details, the intrigues will be coming out, and all of us will see. So this is a beginning of things to open up. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. We will, so that we don't keep Alex on queue for too long. Let him come in. I have a series of videos to play. My time is up here. I need to switch gears as we exchange the running of the show. Alex, how are you today?
I'm fantastic.
Great. Grand Mullah was your friend, or is still your friend. So tell us.
Yeah, it's a sweet sour thing because you know this is a guy who has been vocal to a point that he abuses Baba and tells him you are too old to become a president. This is a man who can be a very abusive. After the Supreme Court ruling of when Ruto was inaugurated, he became more arrogant and dismissed ODM. And I think his time of revenge has come. But however, the way it has come is shocking. One thing I agree with him is that the judges are corrupt. And these judges should be removed. And he has told Kobe all the time that you have the power to restructure and make the judiciary better. You remember when Soko showed us how his case to defend himself to still become the governor, how he used money. For 4 days, Soko showed us which judge, how he spoke, where they were, the things they did. And after 4 days, Soko was gagged. He was told not to speak anymore. The court said that. But Sonko was not given an opportunity to present, his evidence of how the judges are very corrupt. There was a judge that also was sacked, I think it's 2 years ago, because of corruption. Sonko went to Judicial Service Commission and took Justice Chitemwa, Judge, I don't know if he's judge or whoever he is. I don't know his title very well, but he's a ranking member of the judicial member. And he convinced the judicial service. He gave evidence and showed how judges are corrupt. And what happened? The judge was dismissed. The fact is, as much as I may hate Grand Bula, he has said the truth. Koome is refused to do his work. When corruption has become more and more and more, Koome has refused to do nothing. So, and I will tell you one simple thing. My cousin works for that farm. So I asked her, did you lose your job? He said, no, we can still go to the lower courts. And I asked him, what do you think the repercussion will be? He said, the Muslims will revolt. Why? Because Ahmednasir has helped Muslims, even pro bono, because they are in a marginalized. Remember one of these members of Muslim community who said that Ahmednasir is being banned because he comes from a marginalized community. So you're going to see this thing turn even into a Muslim thing. Ahmednasir is not just a person you can do anything you want to. He's a person of honor when it comes to the Muslim community. Even though we may not like him, but the Muslim community respects him because he has really helped the Muslim community. So what I'm saying is simple, that I don't like Ahmednasir personally because of his rhetoric towards our party and our party leader. But nikiangalia hii kitu, as better as you said, there is more hidden things that are there and that are going to come out. So the issue of Ahmednasir being banned might be because of the talks between Ruto and Koome. Maybe he's too powerful for these two people, and they must do what? They must ban him. But what I say is this: it is unfair. The process did not take place. They should have taken him to the Judicial Service Commission and used a legal framework to dismiss him. You know, you just can't wake up and dismiss somebody. So that's my view. Thank you, Beran.
Interesting. Yes, Mr. Guru.
I do hear all those sentiments that Alex has brought about Muslim, about who he represents and the rest. That's okay. But you see, what Alex is failing to understand is here is someone who wakes up almost every other day to castigate people he is going to appear before on various judicial matters. He actually scandalizes the judiciary. He knows the procedures of dealing with the matters that he complains about. Why doesn't he take that route? How can it be that you wake up and start creating your own systems? Like we are being told of the executive meeting with the CJ. I don't know, to discuss the outcome of cases, or I don't know what it is, and it's a serious matter. So as long as he tells us that he has tried that route and it has not worked, then maybe we may have a hearing. But in Guinea, how sure are we not even that he's trying to orchestrate some scenario? You remember he was in the first Judicial Service Commission. I heard him say that he thought they were rooting out corrupt judges, and those who they recommended ended up being even more corrupt. There's a time he said that in one of the interviews. So for me, I think Kichapo lazima.
In the words of one
Guru was responding against
when
me.
you
Guru,
rattle
let me
a
assure
snake,
you.
you should be prepared to be bitten by it. So he rattled the snake, he's being bitten. Yes, Lala.
That's the famous Michuki. That's
I
the
don't
famous
know
Michuki quote.
why you are. Hold on, Alex. I don't know why you are, Alex's point is quite different from the meeting between Koome and Ruto has nothing to do with Nasir. Nasir is a different entity, unless you're saying that Nasir has some hand in that. Okay, I think Nasir, to me, is a man who should be dealt with. Let his crime, crucify him, but let's not mix everything together, because Alex is simply saying that the way it was done. In fact, that's the point I was trying to make. You can't just wake up and ban somebody.
Nasir is part of the legal team for William Ruto.
But deal with him individually, because what we are trying to do here is using firing squad. You know, we don't want any evidence. Let him be gone. We want to hear. We want to know what is going on. We want him to, if he has done wrong, let him suffer for it. We don't want this cut short, you know, like Idi Amin type of, you know, cut. We want to know why he's wrong. We can't just be blaming him for all these other problems, yet we are not pointing out here is a problem. Let him go through, you know, step by step, face some of the challenges, you know, that anyone would face if they have done wrong. Why do we want him just to be banned? You know, so that's my problem here.
Reverend Lala, I think there is something here. I am just beginning to see something. The issue on the dialogue requires the executive to come and submit the evidence on why the judges are corrupt and are being manipulated to rule against the government. One of the lead lawyers for the executive is Grand Mullah, okay? Before the dialogue begins, the Supreme Court bans Grand Mullah from appearing or his proteges or anyone who works with Grand Mullah. So is it that they are locking the evidence out? They are shielding themselves against what Grand Mullah knows. Interesting, but
that is the question. What is it that they're hiding from us? Why can't he just face this? You know, the end result maybe he has to be punished, but we don't want him to be court-martialed before he go through the process. Let him. The end result may be the same, but let him suffer for what he has done. We just don't want to throw him, you know, because they're, in a way, they may be protecting him. The judiciary is probably protecting him from some of the criminality.
Okay, just relax, just relax. Frederick, you had your hand up, please. You can come in.
Hi, everyone.
Great, welcome.
It's good to see you guys. Thank you. I've been here before, a long time ago, though, before we sold the nation to you guys know who. So I'll be very quick and very straight on the issue of Grand Mullah. You guys all know Grand Mullah, and you know his rhetorics, you know his stance, you know the allegations that he's been taken through. But all that said and done, Grand Mullah is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. And Grand Mullah knows what needs to be done if you have cases of corruption against judges. He knows there's the commission that you need to take your complaints to. He knows the procedure. He knows where to table your stuff. He knows all that information. But he decides to come to the public to talk about corruption. Talking about corruption is not bad. We have freedom of speech. We have freedom of expression. It's allowed. But he needs to back that with providing the evidence he's got to the JSC. I believe that's what it is. So I personally don't support the ban on Grand Mullah, and at the same time, I support the ban on Grand Mullah. That would mean that I'm talking from, both sides of my mouth, but this is my point. He knows the law because he's a lawyer. Let him produce the evidence to JSC. Let the judges be investigated. Let a tribunal be formed like it should be done, so that the procedure is handled according to the law. My view is when you go out there and bash judges, it's bad for the judiciary. And I'm not protecting the judiciary. They are corrupt. But when you make it sound as if you're trying to lynch the judiciary, you're hurting the confidence of a common man on the judiciary. As much as they're corrupt, as much as we know who they are, but we still need the confidence of a common man that if I have issues, if I have the courts to protect me. And it's on the same ground that we are saying, It is wrong for the president to want to sit down with the Chief Justice and discuss whatever issue they need to discuss, because that is bad for the confidence of a common man. So Grand Mullah is wrong to be coming out and saying they're corrupt, and him is not tabling evidence. I'll take a case in point for Sonko. When Sonko came out and said judges is been bribing judges and giving them money and gave us recordings, we saw it. We didn't say Sonko is just picking. We didn't say Sonko is just attacking. He had supporting evidence. And that we know it led to the removal of the so-called judge. I think it's Chitembo or somebody. I could be wrong. So Grand Mullah is being after judiciary, yet his name is tainted. Even his friends, his legal friends and people he practiced with have said this time and again. So the only way we will start listening to Grand Mullah is when he starts showing up with evidence. And being that he knows the procedure to be followed so that a judge who's corrupt is handled and thrown out of work, he should not be doing what he's doing, because now these are people who are setting the country up for anarchy. So we cannot support them. Your right ends where mine starts. And it applies both ways. Mine also ends where yours starts. So you cannot be coming after me and expect me to sit back and watch you come after me because it's your right. So he's been coming after judges with no evidence. Judges are not going to go on the street and start going after Grand Mullah. You know that is catastrophic and it's not allowed. So it is the work of the Chief Justice to defend, to protect his judges until proven otherwise. You will protect your children as a parent, as a father. When a neighbor comes and tells you your child is this, your child is, you'll protect them until there's proof that your child is what they claim your child is. So Grand Mullah has been attacking the judiciary with nothing on the table, with just words. And I'm sure before the Supreme Court decides to cut him off, it means they've tried other means, and it's in the statement. It's clearly stated. In other words, they've tried, and they've been I've seen statements from the Chief Justice trying to have Grand Mullah stop, what he's doing. Courts are allowed to give you orders to stop this, to stop that. They are allowed. That's why we are not allowed to discuss a case that is being heard or is still in the process. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a person who listens to a lot of legalese and stuff, but I know nothing about law. But some things are so common. So Grand Mullah is wrong. He has to produce the evidence he has against whoever he claims to. He knows he's a lawyer. He's practiced law. I don't care about what they say, how he got his whatever. That does not, I'm not going into that. But he has to go to JSC, give his evidence saying so and so took bribe, this is the case, this is how it went. Then a tribunal will be formed. But we cannot support people who come out lynching each other and we say it's their right. Your right stops where mine starts, or otherwise, and that is wrong. We don't want to set, as much as our country is broken, we are not supposed to support people who are leading us further down the road. This is anarchy in its ways, and that's why we are not supposed to say yes because you're right. That's my take. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Frederick. We appreciate that. Reverend Lala, you will need to hold on.
Freddie, I think the problem here is that, yes, Grand Mullah has the freedom of speech. And if you feel like he said something, it's you to file. It's the lawyers, the court, and others to do something, bring a case against him. Okay, so when we talk of evidence, who has the benefit? They have to require the evidence. Why are you accusing me? Like me, if now you start saying scandalous things about me, I go to court. So we can't just put everything on Grand Muller, you know. And as stated, it seems to me that Ruto perhaps is using him as his brain is being used to kind of do all the things that are going on. But still, there is a way you can address the problem within the frame of the Constitution where it is not just banning. Okay? I think
I
you want
agree.
things to come out. You want
I think Reverend Lala, let's do this. We are going through circles. Tufanye hivi tafadhali. Nataka tusonge mbele. I will give Frederick the right of reply, but let me throw this in. Reverend Lala, you forget to appreciate the fact that Grand Mullah was part of the Judicial Service Commission. So if there is anybody who understands the procedure of how to hire, fire a judge who is corrupt, must be Grand Mullah. Grand Mullah chooses, instead of using the evidence he has to take to the Judicial Service Commission to remove corrupt judges from the bench, he chooses to prosecute those matters in public by maligning the entire bench and including the Chief Justice and all that. What that does to the society is that it erodes the trust of the public into that particular bench. Isn't that abusing the privilege he had as being part of the Judicial Service Commission?
Bernard, I agree with you to an extent. You see, you're talking as if the judiciary system do not have a voice to say, tell us what's going on here. Because it seems as if we have got no clue of, how they have been grieved, because they have not been telling us what this man did. We know he's doing crazy stuff, but it is the judiciary that be able to say, this guy is calling us, all these kinds of names, and we are not. And so if they are the one to defend themselves and put this man to prison or to take, to pay for it.
Reverend, how are they going to defend themselves?
Bernard.
You want them to call a press conference or also join the morning TV show to defend themselves?
Bernard.
They should be accused to go and defend themselves. They are not being accused. They are being accused in public by a person who knows the procedure of taking them to court. Now, let's...
Germany shares the same thinking. Germany could come in there.
Bernard.
Reverend Lala, wait there. Frederick.
Bernard, Lala.
Yes, please.
Let me ask you a question. And please just answer it straight so that I continue with what I'm going to say. It's going to make the point that I want to bring forth.
All right.
If I go around the village claiming that you are a criminal, and I go around slandering your name and saying you are a criminal, and no one has ever seen you steal something. Whose responsibility is it to prove that you are a criminal? Is it your responsibility to show the world that you're not, or it's my responsibility as a person accusing you to come out with something to show that you are a criminal?
Thank you. I think my answer is very, very simple. You accuse me. I'm a criminal. It is for me to get my attorney to counter, to defend me against those accusations. And this is why I think...
I just needed you to answer it. Now you've already given me the answer that you're the one to prove that what I'm saying is true. And
No. My job is to defend myself.
Exactly. I agree. I
Samuel,
agree to that. I
yeah,
agree
okay.
to that. That's why you said you'll send your attorney. I agree to that. Right?
Yeah.
I've gone around the village, say Lala is a thief, and you know you're not. You call your attorney, tell them, you know what? This guy has been slandering my name. This is the procedure, right? That is what. Now let's take it the way it should be. So Grand Mullah has been coming after the court saying that they are corrupt.
They are
judges.
corrupt. You hear? Politics.
Listen, man. Let me just do my point. Then you respond. I always prefer to go till finish. Then you respond, man.
Order, please. Let's not create confusion. Let Frederick respond. Then
Frederick,
you will have
go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. Everybody mute your mic except Frederick. Frederick, go ahead.
Thank you. So it's different between me and you. We are common men out here. You will hire your attorney to come after me. These are judges. These are judges. Being that they are judges, it is the JSC that goes to their defense. The JSC will not go in public and start calling press conference to defend. They will do their due diligence to see, is this really happening? It's just the same way if you're running an institution and there are claims that one of your employees is misbehaving. When a client comes and say one of your employees is misbehaving or your employees are misbehaving, it is you as a company to try figure out who is this. So JSC's responsibility is that. That's why they're there, to protect the judges and to punish the judges. I'm sure once they do that, they get back to whoever is claiming that. You as a person who's claiming this, is your people are doing this, the judges are doing this, who in this context will be Grand Mullah. We're supposed to produce evidence to JSC to show that the judges, such a judge, and such a judge is corrupt. But JSC will not come in public to defend its judges, because when JSC come in public to defend its judges, it's going to erode the morale of the common man, because it will be like it's taking sides. So there are some of these things that must happen in the background. There is no day they will happen in broad daylight, because the moment they happen in broad daylight, a common mwananchi loses trust in the institution. And when I, as a common mwananchi, lose trust in the justice system, anarchy sets in. It simply means you steal my cow, I come for your head. Sorry for using that. So that's why, let me just finish, please, sir. That's why when you are dealing with people who are informed, you and me, Grand Mullah and the JSC, these are people who are informed. Me and you, we are people who are informed. But there is a society behind us. There is a grandmother of mine in the village who knows nothing about the law. They know if a villager attacks her farm, she looks for the assistant chief. But the moment these people down there realize that the assistant chief cannot help me, every time I go to the assistant chief, I don't get help, then they decide to do things by themselves. That is anarchy. And people like Grand Mullah who are informed, who are educated, who know the process, but they tend to take advantage of the fact that there is a common mwananchi who is not informed. That's why they're peddling such information for the public gallery, so that we start lynching our judges, who, I will say and I will say again, most of them are corrupt. But we are not going to set them up for lynching, because the end result is worse for everyone. So when we take Grand Mullah, so when people like Grand Mullah, not there is JSC, but they still to come to the TV stations, social media, and talk like this, it's dangerous for everyone. They need to be stopped. That's why even in countries, we know that life is sacred. We know that we are not supposed to kill. But
Now,
when
please,
one
please
minute,
be
Bernard,
brief.
please,
Be
I'm
brief.
finishing.
We need to move
Yes.
on, please.
1 minute, Bernard.
Yes.
If you are on the street and you'd say like a robber, and you have a gun, and the police show up with their gun, and you refuse to put your gun down when they ask you to put down, what will they do? We know we are not supposed to kill, but what will they do? Don't answer that, because your guess is as good as mine. That is the case here. And that's an example. So let us not protect one evil because of a small right, and at the end of it all of us will burn. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Frederick. Mr. Guru, Lala, hold on. Lala, hold on. Guru?
I think I like what Frederick has said, and it's not rocket science that what he is doing is not right. You cannot invite judiciary into politics. What is the difference between his utterances and those of Ruto? He should be the one who is showing the difference in how to deal with matters in the judiciary, but not talking in the same manner like politicians. Now, when he comes to lament to the public, what does he expect us to do? To join him? Or what does he expect? As a senior counsel, I think there are better ways of dealing with these matters. And by the way, I am waiting for LSK reaction because I'm also aware. I've heard many lawyers say they are not their administrative procedures do not allow them to discuss the conduct, those issues so much in public. Why? Because the judiciary must be something that people have confidence in. If you find there's a weakness, you don't go to trumpet it out there in public. You fix it. So if this man has been consistently told to follow the procedures to deal with matters that are arising, and he persists to join the politicians in the streets, then there is no other recourse but to get the beating that is gotten. Kiboko lazima.
Okay, kiboko lazima. No, I want to balance this because I want to move on. Jeremiah, I'll give you your minute, and then Lala, your minute of response. We move to the next item. I'm getting out of here. Shadizo will be joining you later.
Bernard, I request you give me more than a minute, but I will keep it brief.
Take two. Take strictly 2.5.
Let me attempt to keep within the time. So, in the intervening period, I've taken time to read the communication from the court. This is what I've picked out because I was asking myself certain questions as I was going through it. Number one, I wanted to find out who wrote the letter, who wrote the communication. And I saw it was written by the Registrar of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Honorable L.M. Wachira. And I said, okay, who authorized him to write the letter? Was it on his own motion? And in the opening paragraph, it says, I have been instructed by the full 7-judge bench of the Supreme Court to address you here under. So in addressing Grand Mullah or Ahmednasir, there are 5 points in there. I won't read them, but I'll give my summary of what I pick out from it. So point number one, it says, over the years, you have unabashedly conducted a campaign in broadcast, print, social media aimed at scandalizing, ridiculing, and so on. Point number two, it says that he was cautioned in a case before the Supreme Court, petition number 39 of 2018, and that the caution was such that in the future it will not go unpunished? I have a lot of questions there. Supreme Court, why didn't they take action on him at the time and say contempt of court, this and that, on the spot, while it was still live, as opposed to a future date? But that's a subject for debate and maybe for additional discussion. Then point number 3, it says that in the ruling that was presented to him, he has persisted. So there's a persistence aspect on point number 3, and then it goes on, and in the 5th part it says they have attached communication and compilation of some statements that he has made. So having looked at those, then I said, all right, so if we were to go and address each point one by one, we'd find that there are certain things that, as I said, look irrational in the ultimate decision. And the irrationality here is such that it impugns the social justice state. It impugns the justice system, because then it brings up more debate than provides solutions. Now, someone will ask, what was the Supreme Court to do? Here's my thought and the path I think Supreme Court should have taken. The Supreme Court would have taken its grievances and presented it to the senior counsel's bar. Number 1, should have presented its grievances to their employer, who is the Judicial Service Commission. Number 2, the same Supreme Court would have presented the grievances to the Law Society of Kenya against another member who is a lawyer. And in there, the decisions would have been taken either through disciplinary process by either of the bodies or collectively. If there was recourse for appeal, then Grand Mullah would have gone either to the High Court and thereafter escalated to the Court of Appeal. And then here comes the punishment, ultimate punishment, that I think the Supreme Court should have been waiting for. The Supreme Court, if the matter was escalated and it reaches the Supreme Court would have said, we recuse ourselves from hearing this appeal because we are subject of the grievances. So essentially what it means is, if Grand Mullah was successful through the appeal processes, it gets to the point where there is nobody to listen to his appeal, because the persons that he is trying to make an appeal to are the same persons, or collectively the body that he has put to disrepute. And there is no further punishment or bigger punishment than you having to go to a court that you have always been calling corrupt, and then you find that that is the only avenue for you to get justice. To me, that would have been lesson learned the hard way. What Grand Mullah has done at this point, as I see it, is that he has drawn the Supreme Court into a trap where now people are starting to debate the constitutionality of the decisions made by the Supreme Court. Now, God forbid Grand Mullah was to win through that process or get any other ruling, say from the East Africa Court of Justice. What would it mean for the Supreme Court of Kenya? Would the judges all resign en masse upon a successful appeal by Grand Mullah? Because the laws of natural justice say you cannot deny someone justice or an avenue to pursue justice. And that is what is being presented in this case. Back to you, Bernard.
Interesting. Reverend Lala, I'll give you 1 minute, please. Nataka kunatuka.
I think great summary, Jeremani. I just wanted to give a little illustration. Then I use a case in the U.S. You see, in the U.S., before any search, any arrest, there has to be, you got to present a court order. And that means that any case, any time you approach somebody's home before you can arrest them, there has to be the judge's order. The idea is that someone separate has to come between the two parties, which means that for JSC and Grand Mullah, they need someone else independent to be able to look at those differences. So if the justice themselves, whom is accusing, can just arbitrarily, decide this is the fate of this guy, then there's a problem there. So there has to be someone in between. And that's why in the US, what I know is it doesn't matter. You can wake a judge even anytime, 24 hours. There's a judge on duty to be woken in the middle of the night to sign that order, so that there nothing done in the name of we can't know anything, though it's just because that's the way we're explaining it. In other words, there are things that are happening behind the scene. This man has been doing A, B, C, D, therefore we can go ahead and burn him. The idea behind our new constitution is that there has to be an openness. Someone should be there in between Grand Mullah and the judiciary to be able to arbitrate, to be in there between to authenticate what's really going on in there. But what these people have done, the way some of you are, supporting the idea behind the burn, is really to bring in some opaque stuff that we are running away from. And therefore, I disagree with this burning. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Thank you, Reverend. Mr. Guru, what is it?
I don't understand what Lala is trying to advocate here, because here is a person who knows the procedures to be followed if they have grievances against your colleagues and against some procedures, but he chooses to play politics consistently. What do you expect? What do you expect those people to do? In fact, they have been very tolerant. You can imagine every day somebody is castigating you and expects you to, even general decency demands that at least you have some respect. If you have grievance, you have been given where to take the grievance, but you want to play politics outside there. There is no recourse.
Bernard, 1 minute, please.
Yes, Frederick.
Thank you again, guys. Jeremani, I like how you broke down and went down on the steps. But I also still, like I said, I'm not a student of law. I know zero about law other than reading the regular books and listening to shows. But the little that I know is this: when what they've barred, the Supreme Court has barred Nasir and the Nasir farm from appearing before them. The Supreme Court has not barred any other law firm or any other lawyer to appear before them on behalf of Ahmednasir. My point is, now that they've banned him, he can hire another firm to speak for him, to come defend him. So by him doing that, he'll start the process of questioning why he was banned. I don't know, but I think there's that recourse. So, and it will still go through the entire chain, all the way to the Supreme Court. And then they can do, like you suggested, they can recuse themselves because they're party to it. But here is where the problem is, when it reaches them and they recuse themselves from that. Remember, they're the highest court on the land. So when they pull themselves out not to hear that case, Is that a good thing? Is that a good president? Then what? Yet they're the last court on land. And when it goes to
guys, this seems to be endless. I want to switch gears.
You are
Help
not
me, please.
proven guilty.
We are not closing the show. We are not closing the show, and we are not changing the topic. We are only changing the driver. The journey continues. Sawa. But what I want us is also to ensure that our audience get their justice. We are denying our audience their justice, which is to make sense of what we are saying. What we are having here is a very fruitful engagement, which I'm in support of. And that's the reason why we have the debate in the first place. But let's have the debate in the framework whereby we are not just, accusing somebody or implicating somebody. Let's bring in the understanding of the law so that whoever that is declared guilty is guilty according to this understanding. Then this one is okay according to this understanding. Not for us to be sentimental about it. Maybe he would have been visited, maybe he would have been warned, and things like that. That will be speculative. But from the rules of wherever justice, it is important that everybody is charged by the understanding of the responsibility that is on their shoulder. If I am a reverend, there is how the society expects me to carry myself. If I am a pastor, there is how the society expects me to know and carry myself. If I, like, for example, where I used to stay, there was a bar across, okay? If I choose that day that I'm angry with Jesus and I want to go and drink, the people in the bar will beat me up and return me to where I'm supposed to be because they know me. I'm not supposed to be doing that. They can hold me accountable. Now, that's what I am saying. Grand Mullah has carried himself as if he's a villager when it comes to law and bashing of the judges and making these claims. But now the custodian of the law have come up and say, you are carrying our cape. You have our ordination clothes. Okay. You have our certificate. But you are not behaving like the person that has the certificate. So how do you want us to handle you? Do we handle you as a villager or do we handle you as a senior counsel that you are? So this is the dilemma that we find ourselves in, but we'll be coming back to the same. We'll just be changing the name. I have a series of videos that I must play. Naomba tafadhali shikilia hapo hapo, tunarudi. Mimi ndio nitaondoka, ninyi mtaendelea, lakini tusitetee uovu, tutetee haki.
Hatutanyamaza na hatutauziwa uoga na serikali wala waziri Kindiki wala yeyote. Asiongee tu, ameongea kwa muda wa mwezi mzima sasa. Hatutaki perepere za waziri, hatutaki perepere za viongozi ambao wanaunga mkono mambo wasioyajua, hatutaki perepere za kutishwa sisi wenyeji wa Lamu. Hatutishiki. Hatuogopi mtu yoyote. Na ikiwa serikali itakataa kusikia sauti zetu sisi indigenous ambao ni wanyonge hapa Lamu, kwa nini anaingilia wenye kumiliki ranches Lamu? Atuambie interest yake kwa hizi ranches ni nini? Walikuja kuzipata hizo ranches, walikuja wakazipata zikiwa hapo. Kwa nini leo yeye amekuwa akifungua mdomo, yeye haja yake ni ranches? Ukiingia kwa mtu mwenyewe akikufukuza, muelewane, lakini sio kusema huyo atolewe nipewe mimi.
Maisha yamekuwa ni magumu. Kuweka chakula moja kwa meza ni ngumu. Leo inaamua tena kupeana authority ya nyumba za maskini kubomolewa. Kama Ruto umesahau, naomba nikukumbushe. Hizi nyumba zinabomolewa ndio za mama mboga. Hizi nyumba zinabomolewa ni za bodaboda wenye walikupatia kura wakikuamini kwamba utakuja kulinda maisha yao. Leo umeruhusu wale waliokupatia kura waregeshwe maskini wa barabarani na utalipa kwa njia nyingine. Nataka niseme hivi kama mwenyekiti wa lands ndani ya assembly. Wacha wabomoe, wanaendelea kubomoa tena bila huruma, kinyama, hakuna shida. Nataka nitoe taarifa ni kwamba nikiwa mwenyekiti wa lands hakuna approval hata moja itapita kwa assembly kwa maendeleo ya kufanya hapa. Hata approval hata moja. Na nataka niombe governor, approval hata moja ya county isipite ya kuruhusu shughuli yote ifanyike katika hii ardhi. Hakuna kufence, hakuna, they have to apply. Hakuna approval ya kufence hapa mahali. Hata siku moja, na wananchi niwaambie, tulipeana kura, mulipeana kura mkimwamini. Leo amewasaliti. Mungu akitaka kukuharibu wewe kiongozi, anakupandisha kiburi. Tumekiona leo.
Huwezi kupakimbilia Ikulu. Unapakimbilia kwenda kutafuta nini? Ni mzigo, ni mzigo, ni mgogoro. Ni mzigo mkubwa kabisa. Unapita mabarabarani hivi unakuta watu wana njaa, unakuta tabu, unaona ni mzigo wako huo. Pazito pale. Huwezi kupakimbilia. Na watu safi hawapakimbilii. Mtu safi hapakimbilii. Ukiona mtu anapakimbilia, na hasa anapakimbilia na vipesa anatumia kwenda Ikulu. Huyo ni mtu wa kuogopa kama ukoma. Mtu yeyote anayeonekana anapenda sana kwenda Ikulu, na hata yuko tayari kununua kura kufika Ikulu, ni wa kukwepa kama ukoma, hafai. Kwanza, hizo fedha kapata wapi?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for staying tuned and being part and parcel of this great conversation. We will be diving deeper into the conversation. I'll be switching gears so that Shadiso can take us into the second part of the discussion. But I'm happy with the engagement so far, and I want us to engage, but let's make sure that we are making progress in the engagement, not digging ourselves into one hole. And then, of course, I must give you the verdict of the vote before I sign out. Mimi nitaona baadaye, but for now, So far, the question we are asking, are the Supreme Court judges justified to ban Grand Mullah from the courts? Well, 26 votes cast on Sound Candid Talk live channel. And of the 26 votes, 88% say yes and 12% say no. Let's check on this other channel. Same question. Are the Supreme Court judges justified to ban Grand Mullah from the courts? 216 votes cast already. And of the 219 now, 219 votes cast, and of the 219 votes cast, 67% say yes, 33% say no. Now it appears that we are torn between the two on which side is which on this matter. But I believe as we continue engaging, we'll get to the bottom of everything. I want to appreciate every one of you. And please, let's do this again some other time. Until that time, hand you over to Shadizo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last and amazing segment of the show where we'll be rolling back. We are rolling the third hour and we'll be rolling also the third hour as we conclude and also we come to the end of the day. I really appreciate each and everyone who is on the panel and everyone who is watching us from wherever we're watching us. I really know you are a great person indeed. People in the comment section, I really appreciate you. Thank you for welcoming me. I really acknowledge you, because you are great people that making us to go and to move on and on and on and on. We have been loading and been seeing and watching everything and every detail that has been going on. But tonight, as the last segment of the last part of the show, we'll be looking at about the topic tonight on also the Supreme Court. And also the video have been, Bernard played the video before, and it seemed like people in Kita, in Trans Nzoia, have decided that we don't want Ruto anymore. We'll be diving and looking towards that. But before we go to that, I just want to welcome people who have not joined the studio. Please let them come, welcome, join the studio, and be part and parcel of contribution of this. Because tonight you want to know, kama Wakenya mnasimama happy. If people from Trans Nzoia wamesema Ruto tawe, they don't want any more uongo. So it's high time also we stand up and we say hapana, kama ni hapana, ni hapana, and it remains. So I welcome you in the studio. The link is on the comment section. Please click the link. Let's stream and configure your camera and your audio and come and let us discuss this matter out. And the viewers, please, I urge you, let us share the video and ask people to join us and we watch together. Please, those who are watching us, please share the video and invite somebody to watch with. Don't just watch alone and get beneficial alone, because we said yesterday that we will learn more and we'll open our mind and know about the law and know about our rights, and we will stand on our rights. That's why we normally come. That's why I come with the principle that says that kama kawa na kama da, because we will treat it, whether it like it or not. We will treat it until we get the solution. I see on the panel right now, I just have I have Frederick Sunday. Okay, today to you Sunday. Sunday is come any day. Now Jeremani. Thank you for being there with us, and I really appreciate. I will begin with Jeremani before I go to Fred. Jeremani, what is your opinion about people from Trans Nzoia? Did they do the right thing or did they do the wrong thing? Let us begin from that point.
Thank you, Shadizo. And should I say welcome? I think you just joined us, and you look fresh enough to go until the morning. But having said that, I hope you'll give me the opportunity to share some information with Frederick Sunday regarding the banning of Ahmednasir. But you've asked a good question, and I don't wish to be rude. Let me make an attempt. So I saw the clip about Trans Nzoia. So some things that I picked out from the Trans Nzoia. Number one was the president was addressing a huge, I want to say mammoth, but that was a huge amount or a huge crowd that he was addressing at that point. And one of the comments some people made was, what about his security? My quick thoughts were, security at that point was not a concern. And of course, then we realize, does the president actually need that much security that we normally see him with? The place was secure enough. People were shouting and clamoring, but nothing happened to injure his security. So that was one of the first points that I made a note of. Then the people of Trans Nzoia, as I picked out, were heckling a certain gentleman that was clamoring for chairmanship of UDA, I don't know which branch in Trans Nzoia. And that heckling, at some point I saw the president was trying to get his microphone on so he could calm the crowd. I don't know if his operators did not see his microphone. He wanted the microphone on so he can speak. But he made several attempts to hush down the speaker. But nevertheless, the speaker went on. So the Trans Nzoia people in that context, as I saw it, were against that instance of the chairmanship contest that was being brought up by the gentleman. Unless I'm mistaken, that's what I was able to pick out. Back to you.
Thank you for that great submission. I want to engage also Fred, but before I engage Fred, let us wind it and see it That's what happened. Let me listen from Fred. Fred Sunday.
Thank you guys. 1 minute. Thank you guys again for having me here. And I've seen the video about what happened in Transmara and Transoia. Sorry, don't know why I'm thinking Transmara, Transoia. But of late, I really personally, I don't really worry about what the message people are sending, because it's very clear what people feel down there. It's very clear what the country is going through, and people are suffering, and the government of the day is not interested, does not care. So I've reached a point personally where I feel we need to do more than just heckling and making noise. Because when you make noise and they don't hear, and you do it the same thing tomorrow, and you do the day after, you start to look like a madman in the market. Because when you go to our markets and you meet a mad naked man running around and everyone knows him, you'll see people just ignore him, and it's not a strange thing anymore. So when I see people heckling and doing that, I've reached a point where I think it has no impact. I think we need to start doing more, and I also think that as a nation, we've reached a point where this fight is beyond the people down there, the intellectuals, the intellects, the middle class, and up are the ones who are going to change this nation and who are going to make the impact. Because the most the people down there can do is actually heckle like that and go home hungry. And then the people will drive their big machines to the high-end luxurious hotels and homes, and life goes on. So it's you and me, those of us who at least who are informed, who know what's going on, who really understand where the damage is at, to start heckling and to start putting up petitions and to start taking the form of action that we know we can take. If we can come together as a group and come up with a petition and and finance something that and put money together and pick a law firm and start going after the government from one thing to another, then that is when the message will be felt. Because this battle has reached a point where we don't fight it on the street. Because fighting it on the street is going to lead to bloodshed, like we've seen in the past. And it will take a lot of blood for these people to realize that things are going wrong. And also, you have also to realize that you cannot sustain a street fight for a long time when you have a population that needs to work to earn their daily bread. I've lived on those streets, I've been on those streets. And one thing I know is that most of the people down there have to work that day to be able to afford a meal at the end of the day. So with that, it means they cannot fight it from that angle for a long time. And if we keep calling for those people to come out, we are really calling for more damage that will also impact people who are really supporting a good cause, but they'll be caught in between. So at this point, I feel like the informed, the intellect, the you and me's of this world who know a thing or two, who have been in a classroom a bit here and there, and we have a little, finance here and there, we can pull together, and fire, and say, sponsor a bill, sponsor a petition, sue an individual. For instance, like for a case like now, I would give an example of this finance bill. Though we've seen Omutata has gone to court and he succeeded in getting it stopped. But all of us come from a place where there is an MP, and I'm sure, like for instance, in your area, your MP, if you can find a group of 10, 20 people that you can come together with and write a petition to your MP, and you tell them we are watching you, and if you're down there, unfortunately, I'm not at home. If you're down there, you can set a protest or put banners in front of your MPs, homes, sit out there, put a sitting. You can finance food for people to do a sitting in front of your MP's house or somewhere, so that every time they come in, they see we are your voters from this constituency and we do not support the finance bill. So as they go to parliament, they see you there and we finance those. You and me who can't do it, we can come with such initiatives where You get a group of young people, support them financially, put them out there with placards, nothing violent, just carry a banner so that it can be read with your MP and his family as they're driving out with their big cars from their properties. They see their people who are the reason why we are living the life we are living, but they're suffering because my dad, my mom is the one to make the decision that will change their life. So that would bring a discussion even in their family when they'll be having dinner at night, when they know there is some people spending a night outside our gate because they're passing a message to you, dad, or to you, mom, that when you go to work in parliament or in Senate next week about this bill, about this, know that we are watching you. I think that is where we need to take this fight at this point, if you ask me, because there comes a time that you have to change, how you fight. You have to make yourself visible. Because when people heckle or make noise in a crowd like that, I mean, it's okay. It passes a message. But it's easier for them to turn it and say, these were hired goons. I hear that being said a lot. These are criminals who came to spoil a rally. These are the few individuals who have, so they will always turn it. But if we do it in another way, or if we do both at the same time, I think we'll have more impact. But again, like I said, it's you and me who are kind of informed, educated, travel the world, seeing how things are done out here, who need to change our perspective. Because Kenya is suffering because of the middle class and up, if you ask me. My argument has always been, we keep blaming. I hear people saying that, but you guys voted for these people. And my answer to that is always, what do you expect my grandmother in the village, who somebody comes to them, give them a bag of sugar, give them some bursary for their grandchild who, I, like me out here, dumped my child in the village and it's now my mom to deal with. And they are sponsored with an MP, with a bursary, with somebody giving them a bursary. Then when it comes a time to vote, do you think she will think otherwise? So we cannot say, let us vote wisely. Majority of us down there cannot vote other than a person who gives them a token. Thank you. That's it for now.
Thank you for that submission. Let me listen to engineer, the one and only engineer Karuki. How are you?
Hey, Shadigo, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go on.
So, yeah, I see my friend Germani there and Frederick Sunday. Thank you for that submission. I've been listening in the background a little bit, lakini I was not following because it's an issue I was dealing with, and I'm actually waiting for another call, so I might get called even as we talk. I had noted that he maneno the General Muller, that he had been banned by the Supreme Court. I'm still trying to gather all the information about what the circumstances leading to that call. I know that he's been all over the place. As a matter of fact, he has supported the administration quite a bit, and so I'm trying to find out what is really going on. Is it a good thing? And I see there was a question on the poll, which the numbers were not as, they were kind of a little bit close. So I'd like to read further about, or actually to be informed by some of you that know about the whole case. Mr. Germani, I'm glad you're there, and I'm actually what I was doing here was trying to, and actually Frederick has just mentioned it, mambo ya middle class. And there's one chapter that you talk about that. I was reading that today. But before that, there is something you put on your chapter 3 about the Fox portrayals. And I'm actually looking at it here, which you say that Dr. Achembe described the Nigeria's elite make-believe world and equated it to a cargo cult, a belief by backward people that someday, without any exertion whatsoever on their part, a ferry ship will dock in their harbor laden with every goodie they have always dreamed of possessing. And that's a very, very strong point. And I really agree with that. I agree with that because, like Mr. Frederick here has mentioned, the elite and the middle class, we actually are the ones that are supposed to be taking charge to change things within our country. And this idea of that somebody out there somewhere is going to come and help us with sometimes we have talked about Manjeshi, and we have discussed about that, how it is very difficult for tuseme kama the major general ambaye ni mkubwa wa majeshi. You think that he is really he would be capable of changing, of taking over that government when he is actually a comfortable person, that is enjoying of the, he doesn't know what they mean, what people are struggling, are struggling. It takes junior normally where kuna mapinduzi. It's junior people, junior officers that normally take charge to change things. If you are to look at most of the mapinduzi ambayo has happened within Africa or even in the world. So I agree with what with that whole thing about the middle class need to take charge, the elites need to take charge, and I'm glad that Jeremiah, you had also mentioned about, and this is the same thing I had told somebody else here before. Middle class in Kenya is just tickling. You're just one paycheck away from poverty. And actually, we'll be seeing that happening. And actually, it hasn't happened to a lot of them because there's so many bills that you have, and the cost of living is going higher and higher. The poor are always, will always, they're always, poor, and they're always fighting to become, to get into middle class. But the middle class, really, that we have in Kenya is just like sitting on a quicksand. And we just need to find a way of how we are going to empower them before they fall into poverty, because this is the time we need to be hearing. I remember Mr. Njiro yesterday. He had come in as Mr. Hudson, if you listening to me in the background there, akisema mambo ya the power of assembly. Yeah, bunge la mwananchi. We need to be having that everywhere, and the middle class and the elite need to be having those kind of discussions and find a way of how we're going to change things in Kenya. Because if we really wait for 2027, Mike, I am telling you, this year, if we go without having any changes in Kenya, forget about it. Because Ruto will have entrenched himself completely, and we are not going to be able to remove him, because kama alikuwa tu deputy president with all the machinery that Uhuru had, and he still, Ruto was able to make it in. You can imagine now with everything that he has now, for him allowing, to be defeated, of which I know he would be defeated if we allow. He would be defeated, but he would not get out of, State House. I know for sure he wouldn't. So So Wakenya wenzangu, I would like to ask, for us that even over here also, we need to find a way of how we can energize our people, and in a forum like this, it's some way that we can use to do that. And I'm hoping that there's a lot of people in Kenya right now, hata kama ni usiku wa manane, ambao wanatusikiza ili tuweze kubadilisha hii maneno. Asante sana.
Thank you for that great submission, also for coming from Engineer Karaoke. I really appreciate it. Let us continue keeping up and let us continue following and sharing as we are winding up the last segment, where we'll be rolling out and giving our closing remarks, and we will be winding up for the today's session. But before we go to there, I just want to encourage people from the comment section, please, to invite them a little bit, so that I can be engaging them. So they're saying about the Supreme Court, and also so people in the comment section, I really urge you, please let us continue taking it to another level, because we are low. Just keep it up. Let's keep vibing. I want also to engage you also. There is another clip that Bernard played earlier. I'll just repeat it shortly so that we can listen to the mama and then we speak about the mama.
Hatutanyamaza na hatutauziwa uoga na serikali wala waziri Kindiki wala yeyote. Asiongee tu, ameongea kwa muda wa mwezi mzima sasa. Hatutaki perepere za waziri, hatutaki perepere za viongozi ambao wanaunga mkono mambo wasioyajua, hatutaki perepere za kutishwa sisi wenyeji wa Lamu. Hatutishiki. Hatuogopi mtu yoyote. Na ikiwa serikali itakataa kusikia sauti zetu sisi indigenous ambao ni wanyonge hapa Lamu, kwa nini anaingilia wenye kumiliki ranches Lamu? Atuambie interest yake kwa hizi ranches ni nini? Walikuja kuzipata hizo ranches, walikuja wakazipata zikiwa hapo. Kwa nini leo yeye amekuwa akifungua mdomo, yeye haja yake ni ranches? Ukiingia kwa mtu mwenyewe akikufukuza, muelewane, lakini sio kusema huyo atolewe nipewe mimi.
Maisha yamekuwa ni magumu. Kuweka chakula moja kwa meza ni ngumu. Leo inaamua tena kupeana authority ya nyumba za maskini kubomolewa. Kama Ruto umesahau, naomba nikukumbushe. Hizi nyumba zinabomolewa ndio za mama mboga. Hizi nyumba zinabomolewa ni za bodaboda, wenye walikupatia kura wakikuamini kwamba utakuja kulinda maisha yao. Leo umeruhusu wale waliokupatia kura waregeshwe maskini wa barabarani, na utalipa kwa njia nyingine. Nataka niseme hivi kama mwenyekiti wa lands ndani ya assembly, Nuacha wabomoe, wanaendelea kubomoa tena bila huruma, kinyama, hakuna shida. Nataka nitoe taarifa ni kwamba nikiwa mwenyekiti wa lands, hakuna approval hata moja itapita kwa assembly kwa maendeleo ya kufanya hapa. Hata approval hata moja. Na nataka niombe governor, approval hata moja ya county isipite ya kuruhusu shughuli yote ifanyike katika hii ardhi. Hakuna kufence, hakuna, they have to apply. Hakuna approval ya kufence hapa mahali. Hata siku moja, na wananchi niwaambie, tulipeana kura, mulipeana kura mkimwamini. Leo amewasaliti. Mungu akitaka kukuharibu wewe kiongozi, anakupandisha kiburi. Tumekiona leo.
That's how things are on the ground. So I'll begin with Jeremiah.
So I see the agitation in Lamu is about the ranches. And the agitation for the ranches, I think, well, I'm speaking not because I have a lot of information, but because of what has been shared. The agitation in Lamu is for the ranches, and there are a couple of people calling themselves the indigenous people. And then there's a question of when did the interest in those ranches begin? This would be certainly another lengthier bit of discussion to get into. But what I pick out from this point is that there's some agitation against acquisition of those ranches. Now, the danger that the agitations will fall into is that they will be viewed from a political lens, number one, and then they will be viewed from a tribal lens. So that some people will start saying, who are the indigenes of Lamu? And then, who are the new entrants into Lamu? And in between, that debate will be lost. But allow me to connect this point with what I see George Mugambi in the comment section has said, and it is also supported by Athelia. So George Mugambi says, unfortunately, Kenyans are very docile. And then Frederick Sunday raised a very important point and said, if the middle class can come together and support some revolution along the lines of governance, revolution along the lines of change. So I connect the three submissions and say the following. It has not happened in history that there has been a revolution of the middle class. And if you take time to Google right now and just Google middle class revolution, you will see no notable references. The closest a revolution of the middle class ever came about was in 1825, and this was called the Decembrist Revolution. The Decembrist Revolution occurred in Russia long before the Bolshevik Revolution. And this Decembrist Revolution was run by soldiers in the Tsar army. So the soldiers were considered a middle class entity. And that, as I said, was the closest to a revolution. What happened in the Decembrist Revolution? Some officers did not appear on the day of the revolution. Some did not go where they were supposed to go to. Some, after gunshots were fired, took off and did not march forward. And that's how the revolution that was planned in 1825 disintegrated. Now I bring it back to the Kenyan context. Have you ever seen what we call the middle class? And the middle class was defined in the 18th century as the bourgeoisie, the professional, the literary, the scholars. Those were defined as the middle class. Now, in the Kenyan context, have you ever seen any protest by those we call the scholars, the literary, the professionals coming out en masse, not just segments like the Law Society, out for a day, do their thing, retreat back? And of course, the question will be, when the Law Society went out for the march, what was the intention? Was their effort going to be sustained to bring about a certain change? Or was it a one-day event? Revolutions are never a one-day event. Revolutions, to achieve the objectives, have to be sustained over a period of weeks, months, and even years. 1789, the French Revolution began. It culminated in 1792 with the beheading of the king. 3 years from the time it started to when it was accomplished. I ask this rhetorically. In the Kenyan context, are the professionals able to sustain a revolution of that nature, bringing about change in governance for a period of 3 years? Frederick Sunday raised the question there, and that's why I was trying to connect all these historicals to that bit. Before I forget, there's a question. I'd made a request to make one submission, and maybe after this, you will allow me to exit and I will resume later. But Frederick Sunday had raised a question and had posed the submission saying, very respectfully, that Ahmednasir is not precluded from representation. But I'd wanted to share that point with Frederick Sunday. Maybe if you're still paying attention, in the letter from the registrar, it says in number 4 that henceforth and from the date of this communication, you shall have no audience before the court, either by yourself, through an employee of your firm, or any other person holding brief for you, or acting pursuant to your instructions. So essentially, Frederick Sunday, what we're saying here is that Ahmednasir has been denied representation on his own by any other person that they appoint. And it is what I was saying, those strong sentiments then transgress the aspect of rights to representation, the aspect of access to justice. And that's why I thought it is a trap that the Supreme Court of Kenya walked into, and it will be difficult to entangle themselves out of without losing face. Back to you, Shadizo.
Thank you for that great submission. Let me listen to Nini as we continue. Sunday. Sunday, are you getting me?
Yes, I hear you. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I think you can hear me now. So, like I was saying, thank guys for your submissions. And like I was saying, I'm still convinced that we have a lot to do as a people, and it is sad that we have a government that is handling its people the way it's doing. Looking at the video you just played about the issue of ranches, it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that we have a leadership that can just decide to go about acquire. I don't even. I'm struggling to find the right word to use. How they're going about taking land from its citizens, because we have ascribed rules, laws that govern land, how we acquire land, basically, and it's written. So when you wake up one morning and decide to take a piece of land where people are settled, where people are living in the name of to build them affordable units, it baffles me. As a government is supposed to protect its people. It's supposed to make sure people have a dwelling, people have a house before, you cannot throw people who already have a place, a shelter, even if it's just those mabati houses, those shacks like they call them. But that is where somebody calls home. Before you bring it down, you need to come up with a way. We need to move people to a place, be it a temporary shelter or another place that you've built for them so that you develop this site. You don't throw people out in the cold in the name of to develop. Even there is also I think it's in law. I could be wrong that if somebody has settled somewhere for over 10 years, it could be 10, it could be 20. Those who know, who dwell in the law would clarify that part for me. But I know if somebody has been living in a piece of land, settled in a piece of land for a given period of time, the law protects them from you, even if you are the legal owner with the documents of that piece of land they were squatting on your land for a given period of time. You can't just show up one day and throw them out. They're protected because where have you been all this time for these people to have settled there for all this period, then to show up one day and throw them out? So again, it's very, very heartbreaking to see the people that we employed, that we voted for, that we gave the mandate to protect our dignity, because shelter is part of human dignity. Food is part of human dignity. Clothing is part of human dignity. That's why they're grouped as basic human rights. So if you strip some of those, one or all of those from someone, you're basically violating human rights. And the government is doing that to its people in the name of development. And it's in that scenario that I go back to my point that I said it's only the elite, the informed, for lack of a better word, the educated like you and me, where this nation has reached, who are going to save this nation. The middle class and above are the ones who are going to save this nation. Because it's only those two groups that can create an impact. Other than that, we are doomed. We talk of healthcare when you go to our public hospitals, when you go to our public schools, they're in a mess. Why are they in a mess? They're in a mess because you and me work for these big companies and we're given medical covers. In other words, you can walk into a private hospital, your family goes to a private hospital, so you don't know what it means to the rest of the population who must go queue in our public hospitals for services. You don't know what it means. But the day you will know what that means is the day change will take place. And that's why if you look at developed nations, and that's why in developed nations, most of these public services like schooling is public. Private schools are very few and are not even regarded as good as the public school. In fact, in most developed nations, if you take your kid to a private school, you pay more so that part of that, you being able to support your kid in a public school, is covered when you do your taxes. So you pay more on taxes to support public school because they look at you like you have extra that should support the less fortunate. So you pay to support the public system, and in return the public system works better. But in our case down there, the public system, the schools and our hospital are left for the poor and no one cares. So unless we step in and change and speak for our...
Fred.
Yes.
I don't know why your audio cut is having a problem a little bit. Cut.
All right,
Can you
sorry
refresh
about
your
that.
browser and come back?
All right, thank you. I'll do that.
Thank you for that great submission. I see we wait for Fred to come back. Let me just welcome Mama. Mama, how are you?
I'm fine, Shadizo. I have a cold, but I just felt like I have to contribute something. Nasalimia kila mtu Mkenya pahali yako. At a comment section. Mimi salama salamini, just a little cold that has really caught me. Hapa kwetu ni baridi sana. So we have all kind of snow and everything. So that one is inevitable. Yes, I've been listening to my people behind the curtains, and I got many information that I never understood before. And I'm glad that we are trying to substantiate the problems that we are going through in Kenya. It seems like this is the time that people are waiting to see how people can be ruthless to other people. We are being treated like nothing in our own country. And that's not what people expected. People have been living in this country, and it seems like this is the time that things are going to be made right by this Jambazi, whom we don't understand. I want to put two things. We have independence of these institutions. And if we go reading what stands on their point of their office, they are quite different. Because if we go to executive, these are people who are elected by the people of Kenya. When we go to judiciary, these are people appointed, not elected, they are appointed. So it makes the difference. So when you are an appointed officer and you want to collaborate with elected people, you seem to be, dissolving yourself into a different territory. Nasema hivyo kwa sababu if we mean business of independence in every institution, they have their own guidelines and policies and rules. And that is what they should use until the end of their term, which they have been employed for. If it is about elected people, they have their own rough way of dealing with the people. But when we come to judiciary, that's where things calm down, because these are people to make justice for every Kenyan. I feel disappointed when judiciary decided that they bend low because of executive. Their mandate is completely different from these elected individuals. Why can't they stand and say, this is our guidelines? And for them, they are already protected by those guidelines. For Mother Koome to decide that they have to have dialogue with this Jambazi, even us in the country, we feel disappointed and neglected. Kwa sababu ni wapi pengine tutaendea kwa shughuli zetu za amani ya nchi. Na kulingana na vile tunajua huyu Jambazi ameimbisha watu twist nyingi sana, si tutavunjika, tumalizike. it's high time for us Kenyans to stand and make sure the guidelines that are there, which have been there for years, should be followed. Na hakuna mtu atapewa ruhusa ama mwanya ya kutengeneza mambo yake tofauti ambayo haiambatani na constitution ya nchi na tukubaliane nayo. Nilisikiza Otiende, they were having they had gone to this Koinange studio whereby they were discussing about the affordable houses. And Otiende told Sholei, we agree, yeah, you are looking for affordable houses. But the only thing you have never said, whether this is legal, but you are fighting in court for something that is illegal. Does the Constitution allow what criteria you are using towards the people? That's where the problem is. Because these people, and I mean the current regime, they don't want to look things into details. They don't want to follow what has been there before. They want slowly dissolve the right of everybody in the country and what has been put there before for people to stand with. Na hiyo ni kumaanisha tuko in a very dangerous situation. Sababu ile mambo yote wanafanya wanaenda wakibadilisha slowly by slowly, so that now we find ourselves cornered. Wananchi hawatakuwa na msemo. So those are my points that I wanted to raise. The other thing is about that those ladies that are speaking about Lamu. In our country, the rich are few, the poor are the majority. Now the poor does not depend on what comes out of an individual who is against what they are. Ile mambo yote tunaona sasa, mtu asiyejiweza hata awe na kitu chake kitachukuliwa waziwazi kwa macho yake. You have no right to shout, you have no right to fight about it. Nauliza, because poor people are the majority in Kenya, being treated with no respect at all, wanafikiria hivyo ndivyo nchi itakuwa developed, because they use very good terms that we are developing the country. Developing by neglecting the inhabitants of the country. Look at Sudi, the way he was so confident standing somewhere. Nyumba zinabomolewa, na ukiona kweli kabisa hao ni watu maskini. Nyumba hizo zilikuwa zinabomolewa. Ati ndio waondoke kwa hiyo shamba lao. Those people, they did not go there yesterday or just after election. They have been there. So that means these people have been having an idea. Once we get this government, we're gonna deal with people perpendicularly. We don't care. Sudi hana shamba, Ruto hana shamba, Kindiki hana shamba. These people are just misusing people's poverty. I mean, they are just taking advantage of people's poverty. Mtu akiwa ako na kanyumba yake kwa hiyo shamba lake, unaona hiyo shamba, it's not worthy for that particular poor person. It's worthy you because you have money. Hiyo ni kuonyesha kabisa hakuna heshima hata kidogo kwa mtu maskini nchi yetu. Na hatuwezi kuwa tajiri kila mtu, na maskini wataendelea kuwa maskini ikiwa hivi ndivyo mwenendo ule utaendelea Kenya yetu. And because people have they have already felt the impact maisha yao imezoroteka. Right now the cost of living is high. Na unaenda kubomolea mtu nyumba ambayo hajui atajenga aje. Angalia mabati, how much it costs. All these building materials, how much does it cost? And furthermore, huyo mtu anatoka hapo akanunue shamba ama anaenda wapi? And these people who are punishing these poor people, they have their place where they live. They have everything what it takes for their life. Nauliza, ni kucheka wanacheka ama ni kulia wanalia sasa wanabomolea watu manyumba? And do you expect that these people will ever feel happy in their life ambao wanateswa namna hii? Kuna kitu mbaya sana mtu anaweza kukutendea, uishi maisha yako kabisa feeling hopeless and useless, na kitu ambayo itakuweka impact kwa your own mind and last forever. And that is what is happening to poor people in Kenya. We want to know whether these people are worthy to be in the, how did they got to that land before you do what you are doing. We want to know kwa nini unawaendea, ni shughuli gani. And to make the matter worse, these people, most of the people, they are saying they have the papers for the land. Na unaona hata koti lenyewe likitoa amri, hawa watu hawafuati. Ni wapi tutaenda? Poor people, what are they going to do? Who is going to be their savior? So these two individuals, the executive and judiciary, they should act like people who want to work for the wananchi. If you are elected, you work for the wananchi. If you are appointed, you work for wananchi. But we don't want, hatutaki msamaha, but we want justice. Na justice ni kumaanisha mtu apate kile kilicho chake. Lakini kusiwe ati mtu hatapata kilicho chake kwa sababu huyo ako na uwezo. We don't want that. We want justice in our country, and justice can only be found if only independence reign. Judiciary iwe independent, executive independent, as it has been said in our constitution. And we stand with our constitution. And I don't see why judiciary should kuyumba if constitution it's with them, if they stand with the constitution. Anybody who bring maneno ambiwe enda usome constitution certain clause so that you can understand where we stand. But we cannot be teaching you and you are within the country. Lazima uelewe constitution vile imesema na ndio tunafuata. Na tunafuata kwa sababu ya nini? Ya wananchi na nchi yetu. Si kwa sababu yako. Because you cannot come and start bringing new things which are not even in the constitution and expect that they will be used or executed so that it favors you. Na hata uchungu ule uko. How do you do wrong things and you want judiciary to rule on your favor and you are doing wrong things? Wananchi wa Kenya, nchi yetu ni yetu, si ya huyo ama yule. Hii ni nchi yetu, tupiganie. And I wonder why we are fighting for our country. Our country ilipiganiwa, tukatoka kwa koloni. Right now is to develop our country accordingly and through the constitution. Ambayo watu walipigania, wakauawa, wengine wakaumia, and some will never forget the impact in their life. Kwa hivyo Wakenya tusimame na constitution yetu na tuseme yule yeyote anataka kuchange, ailete kwetu tuangalie na tusikize, tujue kwa nini anataka kuchange. Lakini si kupitia huko msituni alafu aingie kwa nyumba ya mtu umwambie hivi ndivyo tutafanya. Martha Koome should stop everything that she is doing to follow the constitution, and let's have justice for our people in our country. Asante Dizo. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for that very submission. Indeed, it is good. So, ma, as we wind up, please, I just want to welcome public participation. I see you. We are coming when the church is almost closing. I hope we have brought the offering. Can you bring your submission, public participation?
Thank you. Thank you, Shadizo. Kenya maandamano kamili, na wasalimu wote na wale wenye tuko kwa comment section na wenye wanatuona kwa mitandao yetu tofauti. I greet you with the slogan of our great coalition, Azimio yote inawezekana. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can now see consequences of rapid deterioration. You know, when a country is going into becoming a failed state, you start seeing rapid deterioration of the various organs or arms of the government. And instead of the constitution being the light and the guiding principle of what happens in a country, it now becomes about personalities. And that's what is really happening in Kenya, that is now a war between personalities, because the reality is that, for example, this issue of the judiciary, the reality is that the judiciary is a mess. I mean, who doesn't know that? I am not a great fan of Mr. Grandmula, but he's speaking the truth. They're incompetent. You know, so now it has become a battle of the titans. Mara ni Zakayo anapigana na judiciary, mara ni Gachagua anapigana na judiciary, mara ni Grand Mula anapigana na judiciary. Then it becomes a war of akina Martha Koome and the others, the JSC and the Supreme Court. If a person is making aspersions against the judiciary, I don't really think that flexing your muscle and banning him is the way to go, because the reality, I mean, all Kenyans, I don't know, there's no Kenyan who does, well, in fact, who have used the judiciary system, the judicial system, they all know what kind of a judiciary we are having. We have cases like some land dispute cases. We have cases which are over 40 years old. Isn't that incompetence? Kenyans know very well, if you go and take somebody to court and you have more money than them, you can go and see those people, any judge, and you bribe them. I mean, it's an open secret, yeah. So banning Grandmula does not change the fact of what he has said, because the reality is that so many Kenyans are frustrated by this judicial system. Kenyans are not happy with this judiciary, and it's not based on Koome or any other personality. It's just the system itself, the whole entire system. And this is how it's been even before this regime went in. Although I admit that Zakayo is trying to use the incompetence and the bad reputation of corruption which is in the judiciary to fight his own wars there about housing levy. It doesn't change. The facts remain the same. But when we were promulgating this 2010 constitution, we wanted to move away, because we were so used to personality cult of Moi so Moi said this, Moi said that. So Moi was the law. We didn't have, we just had a paper we were calling a constitution, but the law was a person. And we were trying to move away, or rather we are trying to move away from that kind of scenario whereby, it's an individual or a personality who is determining how the law will be interpreted, or just using the law to meet his ends. So all these people, actually, they are wrong. The judiciary is wrong. At the same time, Zakayo and Gashagwa are also wrong, because as much as judiciary has its weaknesses, using those weaknesses to fight your battle, which is actually a battle which is wrong, which is illegal, and which it can be contested in a court of law, because it does not make any sense that in a country where there's a deficit of housing, let's say in the urban areas, you now come up with something whereby you're forcing Kenyans to give you their money.
Excuse my
Yes.
participation. You
Yeah.
should be winding up because our time might normally it's running so fast. But continue,
Okay.
finish.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that Kenyans, we are now backtracking back to personalities. Mara Grand Mula, Mara it's Gashagwa, Mara it's Zakayo, Mara this, the other. The other day, Zakayo was in Kitale. I understand that he was opening a groundbreaking 10,000 units. Who is going to buy a flat? Are there 10,000 people who are willing to go and buy flats in an apartment in a low cost apartment in Kitale? I highly doubt that. Yeah, I highly doubt that. So this thing is not even feasible. It is not even feasible for all areas. Maybe it can be feasible for Nairobi here or Mombasa or urban areas, but I'm really doubting highly how competitive it is. Finally, I think I just want to address what is going on in the country as concerns women, and even generally the security situation in the country. We have been, the last few days, we have been seeing something which is very tragic. A very young and beautiful and intelligent lady by the name Rita Waeni was massacred, beheaded, dismembered. Her corpse was desecrated by somebody she met online through Instagram, and her family surely is so devastated. It's a very devastating thing. I send my condolences and prayers for this family. We are having a very difficult time as young women. Young women in Kenya are having very difficult time on daily basis. A woman is being killed even after the young lady was killed. Another one again was killed in Ruiru. There is another one I saw in Bungoma technical training. It's almost a daily thing now. And these are the kind of things that happen when a society, the moral fabric is torn, and also when the security apparatus is not very, they are not prompt, they are not speedy in investigations, intelligence, and all these things. And also when a society, there's extreme poverty, there's large number of people, youths who are unemployed. These are the kind of things, because you see in Nigeria, this issue of selling parts and all these money rituals and all, they came in because of poverty. There were so many unemployed youths, so they now degenerated into whatever we are now seeing coming to us. So I think as a society, we need to reevaluate ourselves. security as well. We are not feeling safe in this country as women. We are fearing, especially our young girls, our daughters. We are not okay. We are not okay in this country as women. So I don't know. We need to join forces across the board to be able to turn this tide of femicide, which is happening in Kenya. Women are living in fear, extreme fear. Families are getting traumatized. Like, you can just imagine the family of this young lady. I mean, it's bad enough to have your daughter being killed, but her corpse being desecrated, some parts are taken away. You don't even have the head. Kenyans, I think we even need to pray. Some of these things are also spiritual, but it's just accumulation of all these things. It is one thing leads to another. We have too many youths who don't have, and then also our immigration department
Should be
is
winding up, please.
okay. Okay, thank you. Our immigration department also need to pull up the socks. We have so many criminals from foreign countries like Nigeria. I think, let me wind up at that. Let me ask that we pray for the family of this young lady, Rita Waeni. I'm really heartbroken about this. Christians, let's pray. Let's stand in the gap. I know January is the month when we normally pray and fast for the year to go well. Let's pray for our country. Let's pray for our young ladies. Let's pray for this evil spirit of femicide which has come upon this country, that God may deliver us. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Shadizo, in the studio.
Thank you very much. We are so the time so much spent. We have in just 10 minutes to be winding up. Let me just welcome shortly the handsome man, Mr. Handsome 2024. We have just a few minutes just to bring up the mother and speak about the video that we played earlier. I don't know if you got the video about people of Trans Nzoia stand still and say they don't want Ruto. It is enough. It is enough. They written in their language, they are saying Tawe. They don't want lies from Ruto again. Come on, Mr. Hanson.
Sawa, ni mzuri sana bwana Shandizo. Nisalimie Stone PK. Salimika sana, nisalimie our dear lady. Public participation. It's unfortunate bwana Shandizo, you always unatakanga mimi ni comment kuhusu huyu jamaa sijui anatakikana atakwi. I don't go to those stories. My ideology is usually very clear. What do we want? Because unajua hii story ya sijui huyu mtu anatakwa amekataliwa. That should not be a discussion because tunajua huyu mtu alikataliwa kitambo, so there is no any news we are making in that. Huyu jamaa sijui kukataliwa Trans Nzoia, kukataliwa wapi, there's no news, there's no progress in that. The real question, and that's why mimi naona hii mambo ya Chief Justice ni diversion so that we can waste another 6 months pushing hot air yao hapo wakiwa na Ruto, and at the end of the day tujikute hakuna kitu, there is no any progress. It's a diversionary tactic so that we don't concentrate on our hiji point. Our hiji points are simple: solving the electoral injustice, understanding what happened in 2022, and some other issues which affect the governance, including executive takeover of major government institutions. That is what we should be concentrating on. So for me, I don't want to concentrate with anything to do with the Trans Nzoia, whatever, because I don't understand where is our hedge point now. And I need somebody to advise me and tell me what are we looking for in all these things. There's nothing like shaming this guy. This guy is already ashamed long time ago. So there was an initial concept. He must go. And the procedure of taking this guy out is simple. So I don't know, like, is our concept for 27 or what is our concept about? There is a problem. And we must look at things clearly, and we ask ourselves, what are we looking for? The issues of rallies, whatever, we can do them, but what is the target time? You know, saa zingine unaangalia vitu then unauliza what is the culmination point? Are we talking of 2024? Are we talking of 2025? I know even Mr. Donald Trump one day said losing elections is difficult. And I know they have been having a very tough 4 years waiting for another election. It is not usually very easy waiting for another election after things go haywire. So are we waiting for another election and trying to build some momentum through our people? Is that what we want? Things don't seem clear, and our point of attack is not properly defined. So I think unless we define those point of attack, and we can make a decision. Remember, like Mali and Burkina Faso, they just made a declaration na wakaondoa serikali zao. So this idea whereby watu wanasema ati ni kujipanga tunajipanga, sijui this thing will come. There's nothing like that. Even when an enemy wants to attack you, it is usually an ambush. There is nothing like you strategize so that by May hii kitu itakuwa imeivana. There is nothing like by May. You cannot plan a revolution. A revolution calls itself, and you have to guide people towards that. But as you want to guide revolution, you don't bring politics in it. That is what I don't understand, because politics and revolution, they don't mix. There's no in which we can be saying that we are talking of revolution and we are talking of
should be winding up. Should wind up, please. The time is so.
namalizia. So tunaongea story ya revolution, and the same time we are doing politics, voter registration, I don't know what. There must be demarcation. If you need a revolution, uproot, bring politics when you have sanctity. But you cannot do politics in unsanitized environment. So I think on that, there is something we have lost. So to me, I think Ruto is there for a long shot.
Thank you, Mr. Handsome. Let me just listen to Ton PK for just 2 minutes before we end up the segment.
So 2 minutes, what do I say, Shadizo? Nikusalimia tu habari yako na nisalimie Mr. Handsome Man 2024 public participation. Maybe the 2 minutes I'll not even be able to say much, but 1 minute I can say I would like to correct one notion that is so much around and it's typical of us Kenyans. Hapa kwa mitandao na nini. We are very quick to criticize when people are contributing, when people are saying, when people are giving their perception. I hear people saying, like, when we call for revolution, you hear people saying, oh, when I look at you, Shadizo, na kuona umevaa vizuri, uko, what are you doing to this? I think these are very myopic kind of reasoning. This is very very trivial way of thinking. Yeah. Revolution or no revolution, politics or whatever. People don't fight this in one pot. Watu wapiganii uhuru wakiwa pamoja, ati lazima Stone PK awe huko kwa ground ndio muone. He can be on other grounds. Kwa hivyo Wakenya tuache hii kuvilify, especially there is this very, very serious negative attitude towards people in diaspora. Yeah, it is bad. It is very bad. You know, wivu ni ya nini? Because I would call it wivu. Yeah, Jomo Kenyatta akipigana, kuna wale walikuwa Ulaya, kuna wale walikuwa China, kuna wale walikuwa all over. Yeah, Frelimo, watu walipigana. Africa ikikombolewa, there were those who are in France, wengine. That is what we are supposed to focus on is, synergize. Wherever you are in South Africa, you are in Australia, wherever you are, in a week, one way or another, you are contributing towards what we want to achieve. So I want to really, correct this notion that akina Mr. Handsome, you are in the comfort of your wherever you are, fulani amekaa huko, kuja kwa ground you lead. That is very trivial way of thinking. I really got kind of disappointed by that kind of notion that those who are all over are not fighting for whatever we want to achieve. Quickly, let me say, and I want to really borrow what Mr. Handsome has said. Again, this is our way of doing things, and I've said I've lived a little bit longer enough in Kenya to actually authoritatively kind of conclude that with Kenyans, our style is what we are really presenting. Kazi yetu ni kitu moja inatokea, tunamaka tunaongea juu ya hiyo 1 week, tunarudi hiyo, tunaachana na hiyo, tunaenda, because I mean this is how it is. Those of you who study statistics and the rest, you look at the trend. The first 1 week is ilikuwa aje compared to another week, takes 6 weeks, you know, that kind of a thing, and you study and get the data you want. So for Kenyans, I think that's how we do it. So quickly coming into what is happening right now, we are debating about Grand Mula or whoever it is, ati amekuwa amefungiwa sijui wapi. Kenyans, we have forgotten who is Grand Mula. Ni nani yeye? Ni nani yeye? What is his political stand? Unaona, hii watu ni watu moja tu, ni mtu moja, ni waizi wale tu pamoja, ni wezi tu. This is a group of thugs and cartel. Yeah, because sasa keki labda imevutwa haiko upande yake, then anaanza kufanya nini? It's a drama. Ni zile vipindre tulisema, wana act. And Ruto is a master producer of these comedies. Yeah, they are all together. Sasa Kenyans, we are engaged. Oh, Grand Mula should not be banned from this. What the hell are you interested in? I ask what Mr. Handsome has asked. Of what business are you with the judiciary? Whether imetupwa kwa shimo, ijatupwa kwa shimo, imepakwa matope, imekanyangwa, isikanyangwe, Wakenya inawahusu nini? Na sisi tunajua hii judiciary ndio ilitufanya vile ilitufanya. Unless I keep on asking, unless Kenyans have admitted they were defeated, Ruto won fairly and square. I think that is what we have done passively. We have affirmed that, because I see people preparing for 2027. We have forgotten. I think then we were beaten squarely.
Because you're winding up, I don't want to be beaten.
So we were beaten because Shadizo, tunajitayarisha ati nimepigwa hii round, si ndio mtu aenda kufanya tizi na kukula vizuri na kula mavitamin, ndio tukutane round nyingine. That's what we are doing. We are pressing up, tuna push ups, haki ya ngai. Ushasikia kuhama Kenya bana? Back to you, Shadizo.
Thank you so much, for that great submission. Indeed, it's been so great. It's been so amazing and very good moment. I really appreciate each and everyone for being with us up to this right moment and this right time. I really appreciate it because you make us to move and to go. I thank you and I appreciate you for coming to this end of this segment and this end of the show of Break Today. That we'll be touching in the next segment with the Handsome Man 2024. I don't know what to say, but we've already did our fifth hour. So let's meet in the next segment. Thank you so much.
You are watching Sound Candy Talk. Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Mtaa ni mtaa wa Airways hapo Zebra Utawala.